All right, a very good morning, everyone, from the flight deck once again, or maybe a little bit below the flight deck right now. But welcome once again to the Twitch stream, everybody. Welcome to the Twitch universe. It's me, Captain Nabs. Good morning, Identified 300, and welcome to another edition of A Pilot's Life live on Twitch, where we are going to be delivering yet one more leg in my pilot's life career. So as you can probably see today, you can, if you turn your head sideways, hopefully you should be able to read that. For those of you that have been watching the stream for a while, you know where we are. We're flying for JetBlue. So we've got the JetBlue A321 with one of the really nice liveries here, and you can absolutely see the detail that's put into this Fenix aircraft here on the bottom, on the underside. You can see the gear, and boy, it looks dirty, and that's good because that's the way airplanes look in the real world. Airplanes are not clean and pristine machines. They're workhorses. They spend lots of time, they spend their entire lives just going back and forth from place to place, being pounded from airport to airport, you know, dry pavement, wet pavement, snow and rain and sleet and everything else in between, dirt and mud, and hopefully there's not too many muddy places where these airplanes go, but nevertheless, you get dirt on the taxiways, it gets a little bit wet, you get a little bit of mud flying up around the landing gear, so you get dirty landing gear, you get dirty engines, and I would say that Fenix has done a pretty good job of capturing the look of this airplane. I guess I should probably give credit to the painter, and I can't even remember who the painter was. I downloaded this off flightsim.to, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who created this livery. It's a very nice looking livery, though. Let's just have a quick look around the airplane here, but if I can... my keys, woo, drone speed still a little too fast. I thought I turned that down, but nope, I think it defaulted back to way, there we go, try that. There we go, now we can kind of actually take a look around and you can see the detail here, some nice deep grooves on that landing gear. They're not worn out. I'd love to see one day with someone with landing gear with like some bald patches on it. Because you get that. You got an airplane here that just looks beaten, looks like it's been around the patch more than once, and but nevertheless, that's what they look like. So I always like that. I always like it when it looks a little bit realistic. But here's the overall view, and when you start to get a little farther away from it, it looks really good. It looks really nice, and oh, we got a Boston Tower online. I just got an 8 cars match. We got a Boston Tower online. Nice. It looks really good, though. Really nice looking airplane here. A really nice color scheme, a little bit unique for JetBlue. Not quite as good as some of the ones I've seen. So Javiation had done fantastic ones. And the reason why, and I guess I didn't know this, but the reason why he did not do any of the JetBlue liveries yet for the A321 is because JetBlue has the A321s with the sharklets, not with the wing fences. So these would not be appropriate until the sharklet version is released. So I think he's focused on doing other airlines that actually use the fence versions. And it's going to delay until the sharklets come out. But other people have kind of skip that formality, minor inconsistency, and I'm glad because I want to fly the JetBlue. I would like it to be realistic. I'd like to have the sharklets, but I really wanted to just get the A321 flying. All right. Anyways, I guess I should put myself on screen here somehow, somewhere. So let's see if I can do this and make it actually look somewhat okay here. And there we go. Haha. I can turn myself so that you guys can read that, but I'm sure you can read that anyways. But this is a cute little T-shirt that my wife got me. It was actually for Christmas last year, so it was actually quite a while ago, and I haven't worn it on stream yet. It's one of those things I'm trying not to wear this shirt too much because I really do like it, and it strikes me that all the detail on here is very it's cheaply printed. And I don't fault the person buying the shirt because oftentimes, especially when you're buying stuff mail order through the internet, you have no idea what the quality is. And oftentimes, it's not the same quality you think it is from seeing it in the pictures. You know, you can't touch it, you can't feel it, but it feels like this. It feels like the design art is going to peel off very quickly. So I'm more than a little disappointed about that because I think it's a cute shirt. I really like it. I just wish that it was higher quality. The shirt I think is nice enough. I think it's pretty reasonable quality, but just the printing job, probably it's just some random print shop that it's just printing random shirts, so not a mass production line or anything, so not particularly high quality print. So it's unfortunate because I like this shirt and I try not to wear it too much because I don't want it to wear out quickly. I would rather keep it for quite a few years and enjoy getting a good laugh every time I see it. But anyway, some coffee to keep us going. I'm a little bit earlier than I planned on, just because this flight is so long. I really wanted to get an early start on it. So my goal was to be airborne at 1/2 past. I don't think it's going to happen, but we're going to aim for 40. We're going to aim to get airborne at 40. But in order to do that, we are going to have to get in the flight deck here momentarily. So first of all, just a quick brief on what we're doing today. If I can bring this over, and you guys can't see that, but you should be able to see it now. There it is. Yes, there's my pilot's life career, today's flight. And you can probably see it anyways, way up there at the top of the screen. It does say we are departing Boston, and we're going to Denver. 1,521 miles. That's a long flight. That is a long flight. That is about as long as I ever want to stream. I'm going to take off the auto follow for a second just so I can zoom out and show you guys. But there it is. They're like 2/3 of the way across this continent is Boston, Denver. So it's going to be fun. I don't know if we're going to make it. I've got a failure at least lined up, and if there's some enthusiasm later, we may even double up on the failure a little bit. So more explanation on that as we get going. But that's what we're up against today. Is we're going from scheduled Boston to Denver. We're going to try to be airborne by 1340 Zulu, about 27 minutes from now. So in order to do that, we're definitely going to have to hop in the flight deck and get this party started. So let's see here. We've got this already loaded up. The first thing we can do here, of course, is let's just get some power going out of the airplane here. All right, and since we don't have any power, we do the configuration safety checklist, which will tell us to check that the wipers are off, the landing gear is down. Make sure the weather radar is all off, should be in cal, speed brakes are stowed, flaps are zero, parking brake is on. Engine and the engine masters are off, the engine ignition mode is normal. And with that, we can go ahead and check the battery voltage. So for the electrical power up, check the battery voltage, should be above 25.5. If it's not, we're going to have to do some charging cycles to make sure that the batteries are fully charged before departure, but it is. So we can go ahead and go battery 1 on, battery 2 on. Doesn't do much yet. And then, of course, if the external power is available, once we get the batteries on, we can get the external power going. Now, it sounds a little quiet to me. Let's see here. Please let me know what you think of the volume of the background compared to me. I'm always trying to get a second opinion. It is a noisy airplane once it starts going here. All right. The biggest thing after that is to get these IRSs starting to align. So let's go 1, 2, and 3 on. And while we're at it, we can also do crew. Oxygen can go on. Nav and logo can go to number 1. Parking brake is on. Once we get this stuff up, we can check some of the levels. There we go. SD's up. It says not to press any buttons for up to 3 minutes after startup, just to make sure you don't mess anything up, because it's still all the computers are starting, are establishing communication with each other. You don't want to interfere with that process. But I think it's started enough that we can quickly have a look at the hydraulic levels. Hydraulic levels are all normal. Engine oil is very normal. And if we can bring up the doors page as well, we'll see the oxygen is pretty much right to the top. 1800 PSI is about as high as it gets. All right, Uncle Wiki says it's fine right now. I turned it up just a little bit. If it is too loud in the background, let me know. But compared to me, I think that the airplane's at less than half volume, so I think that's a good balance. But let me know if it especially once we start the engines, if your opinion on that changes. All right, so let's hop in the box really quickly here and just initialize this thing here. So now that we've got it all started up here, we've got the V2533 Alpha 5 engines. The database is current, and this is one thing that actually set me back about 10 minutes on my starting the stream. Was I restarted the sim because I started the sim and then I realized I hadn't run the Navigraph update, which came out this morning. More airplane, less Rob is fine by me. Wow, I see how it is. Thank you, Tim. All right, let's go ahead and set this thing up here. So Boston to Denver is what we're doing today. That's the plan anyways. Oops. KDEN. And we are going to be JetBlue 993 is our call sign today. So we got a Boston Tower online, which is great. We'll get a clearance. We'll get the departure. Winning comment. Wow. I have some of the best fans in the world. They support me so well. All right. IRS initialization. While I sit here and lick my wounds, I am going to bring up the flight plan here and just check the actual location of Boston. So on the flight log, Boston Logan is at north 4221.8 by west 7100.4. That all appears correct, so I can go ahead and hit align on ref. There that goes. Perfect. All right, so now the alignment process is started. A couple things we got to get started here. GSX and oh, I never did update. Hold on. I said I was going to change my character here. Let's go UK human male Nick, and so we'll need a male model for that. Let's see here. Nick, do you want to be white? Do you want to be Hispanic? Maybe today we could be Hispanic. I don't know if Nick's a very Hispanic name, but oh, that didn't change. Why did that not change? Didn't change. That's weird. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, it changed now. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
We had a very last-minute change in the FO there. All right. So now we've got. They're gonna set up the airplane, and we're gonna start boarding here momentarily. And I'd like to have that door open so I can kind of watch the boarding process. Even see some JetBlue liveries in here. Unfortunately, this happens all the time where you get the jet bridge comes down and hits the airplane and goes through the airplane. That's a little bit of an annoying thing when it happens, but you deal with it however you can. All right, so while we're waiting for the IRSs to initialize, we can do a few more things here. So let's check the ATIS here in Boston. All right, so I've got Boston Tower here, information Whiskey 1254 Zulu, so that's pretty current. 200 at 6, 10 miles, view 4,000, view 8,000, 16 degrees, 13 degrees, 3014. ILS 33 left visuals to 33 right and use departing runway 27. All right, so we're going to depart runway 27, and I said 3014. So let's go ahead. We can set the altimeter while we're sitting here. Just going to set up a few things while we're waiting. Let's set up the EFIS panel slightly here. 3014, and just as a curiosity, 1021 is what that equates to. So we can go ahead and set 1021 on here. Well, I hope that one day they're going to update this. I did send them pictures of the actual altimeter, and the inches of mercury altimeter, standby mechanical altimeter, looks exactly the same, except that it just has a different unit down here. But otherwise, it looks exactly the same. So I hope that's not going to be a big change for them to do, and at some point they will get that up and running, because I would like to. I'm tired of trying to convert back and forth to millibars. You know, flying North America, you expect even the standby altimeter to be in inches of mercury. And Dental Writing wants me to find the best viewers. I think I should take him up on this, because so far my viewers have not been particularly supportive. So maybe I do need to find some new viewers at whatever that URL is that I'm not going to even bother giving the time of day on my stream. All right, so Nick has got the APU up and running, and we've got we can't do a whole lot else until the ACARs finish initializing. I can set up the tower frequency anyways, 28.8. And what I could do, though, is takeoff data as well. That's why I want to know what runway we're departing. So runway 27, it's a bit of a short runway. It's not terribly short, but it's a bit of a short runway here in Boston. So this might make the takeoff a little more interesting. Might make it even like a force, like a flaps 2, especially with a heavy airplane today. So let's see here, 27. Looks like a dry morning out there. Optimal flaps, force token, no. Anti-ice, no. And PAX, PAX will be
I'm out for the walk around.
Off, because we're at 16 degrees. Thank you. So the rule for the 321, and I'm not actually sure if this applies to the IAE engines, but for the CFM engines anyways, is anytime the outside air temperature at your departure point is above 15 degrees, 15 degrees or above, you should always do PAX on APU or PAX off takeoffs, because the chance of overtemping the Bravo engines in the 321 is a lot higher, because you need a lot more power for a lot longer. So yeah, the general rule is once you get above 15 degrees in the 321, always do PAX off takeoffs or PAX on the APU anyway, so that you're not stealing power away and making the engines run even hotter. All right, so let's just make sure that this is synced. That does appear to be synced. I got to sync a load sheet here, and then I'm going to round it up. So I'm going to go 83.7, because it's always better to go a little bit higher and have the numbers be valid for a slightly heavier airplane, and you'll perform slightly better. So a flaps 3 departure. Oh, crazy. Oh, crazy. I don't see too many flaps 3 departures in the A320 family, but you do see them from time to time, and 27 is a bit of a short runway, so I guess we are getting that today. All right, it's going to be a flaps 3 departure. We'll send that to the MCD at the appropriate time. I think I've done about everything else I can do until that ACARS finishes aligning. One thing I can do while we're sitting here, and I didn't do it yet, is NOTAMs and MELs. So MELs, we got nothing today. I'm hoping to do some failures later on to make the stream a little bit interesting, but right now we got nothing. Let's see here. 3rd of October valid from 12:36, so these things all happen. Bravo between Mike and the approach end of 4 right. Mike between the approach end of 9 and Echo. And Kilo between runway 927 and approach end of 4 left close. So these are all Closed taxiways here. I mean, we do have tower controllers, so chances are pretty good that they will not send us down any of these closed taxiways. But it's Mike between Echo and the approach end of 9. That's right. Kilo here and Bravo between Mike and 4 right. Bravo between Mike and 4 right. So there's a few things here. A little bit of construction happening down here, but if we're going all the way up to 27, that probably should not make an issue to us. I don't see too many other closures. Let's see here. What else we got? Anything for the SIDs? I'm not even sure what SID we're doing. Disregard takeoff minimums for 27. Standard minimum climb of 47 feet per nautical mile to 1,000 feet. Takeoff minimums to 27. 1,002 3/4 mile with minimum climb of 47 feet per nautical mile. So temporary crane. Looks like we definitely got 1,002 today anyways. Looks like a pretty nice day, so I'm not too worried about that. All right, that should be just about done. Yes, that is finished initializing, so we can do the next couple steps in the box. Nav accuracy upgrade and GPS is primary, so we can now go into the ATSU and just initialize our flight. Can't do that until the ACARs are initialized because, or not the ACARs, the ADIRs are initialized because the ATSU system looks for frequencies, looks for local frequencies based on your position. So you need to have an accurate current position from the ADIRs in order to do the ATSU initialization. JetBlue 993, Boston, Denver, alternate is Colorado Springs, 350 in the air. 1324 Zulu, that all looks good. Last but not least, from the box, from the ACAR system, a secondary request. And we'll just check that, install that, and then we will be on our way here. Boston, Highland, Cambridge, Page, all the way to Denver. That all looks pretty reasonable, so we can go ahead and activate that. And now we see Boston to Denver with a routing here on the middle page, and we'll check it again at a later step. Check takeoff data, AOC secondary flight plan uplink, all good. And Nick never made it back. I should be waiting for him, but I just want to get this kind of flight underway here. We should be boarding. Yep, there we are. We are boarding, so that's good. All right, so let's go ahead, just start with the overhead flow. I should wait for Nick to come back, but we're just going to do it anyways, just to get this flight because it's a 4-hour flight underway.
I'm back. No issues on the walk around.
All right, welcome back, Nick. All right, just started the overhead flow. You already tested the fire switches. I believe you tested all of them, or did you just test the APU? Maybe just test the APU. I can't honestly remember how many tests I saw, or heard. So I know you tested the APU at the very least, so we'll test the engines again, and that'll be good. Let's see here. Refueling is still underway. Okay, and battery check. So now comes the real battery test. So you come to the elect page, see the batteries are off. Within 10 seconds, you should have less than 60 amps going into the batteries. So they come back on. See 60 amps going in now. 3. Huh, we may need to do a second charging cycle here on battery 1. It looks like it's kind of worn out there. All right, so we got to circle back and do another charging cycle on bat 1. And I feel like this is something I have to leave a note for myself, or I will forget. And this is one thing, like, we do this in the real world, in all honesty. Like, Post-it notes are a... there's my Post-it notes. Post-it notes are a useful tool. All right, so... maybe not even Post-it notes, but pilots will take paper out of the printer and make notes for themselves everywhere. Flaps 3 is another great example. So it's starting to charge anyways, but we got to come back and check it a second time. Flaps 3 is a great example. I've seen lots of captains take a piece of paper, write 3 on it, and scrunch it over the flap lever. So they remember to set flaps 3 because it's a very unusual flap setting for the 321. You don't normally use flaps 3 very much. You don't even use flaps 2 very much. It's almost always flaps 1. Not always, but almost always. All right. Just in case these guys pull the ground power, we'll go on that for now. We'll turn this down to a very reasonable level. It's a cool morning, so we probably don't need 2 packs running right now. APU bleed is on. All right, and let's see here. Still refueling, so we won't put on the seatbelts yet, but the emergency light's gone. No smoking light goes on. Anything up there? I have come in flight deck a couple times and found white lights on up there, so make sure you do look all the way up there at the maintenance panel. Make sure that all the maintenance switches are dark, that they're all in their normal position. Cargo heat, all right. First flight of the day, we're going to do a compass check. And 3014, that all looks pretty normal. This has just got to come over here like this. All right, and No flags anywhere. That's all aligned. Refueling, no smoking, parking brake, TCAS standby, AP bleed. Those are all normal messages for this point in the flight. It is October 3rd today, and the clock does match internal clock. I'll take that off for now because I don't need that. And I'll put it on ATC when we get a little closer to the startup time.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
Okay.
One thing I've noticed is that my mute button does work when the sim's in focus now, which it was not doing before. Pressure is auto, status is nothing's in op. I was having that issue, if you guys remember on the last stream, where I could not seem to mute it unless I actually tapped the FS2 crew screen, which is very annoying. When you're just flying along, it's nice to be able to tap the mute button without having to touch a whole bunch of other buttons, without having to tap something else on the screen. So let's see if we got a transponder code here. We got a PDC from Boston Tower here. 2473. 2473 appears to be our squawk code for the day. Flaps are 0, printer's good. Alright. And let's see here. Instrument cross check. So we got one FT2. One FT2. Altimeter 3014 inches indicating 20 feet. 3014 inches indicating 20 feet. 3014 inches indicating 20 feet. And we got a heading of 224. 224. 224. I have to look up for this. Yeah, 224 and 224. And I can't even read that because it's too bright. There you go. Yeah, 224. All right, that's very reasonable. Put that back up again and head into the box for the actual setup of the flight here. Oh, yeah, a lot of steps to go here. We got 10 minutes till our scheduled departures now. We got 10 minutes till I want to be off the gate, so let's see how this is going to work here. All right, so A321-200 with the V2533 Alpha 5 engines.
Guys,
Database is current until 30th of October. Thank you.
No problem. Have a safe flight.
Performance factor is +1. Anything to detune? I didn't see anything offhand, so nothing is currently deselected. And initialization 4, and again, this always resets when I load my secondary, but JetBlue 993 is us today, and I should probably set this on my handy-dandy little flight counter I have here, because I actually made this because it makes it a little bit easier for me to, just when you're doing like multiple flights, it makes it easier for you to remember what the heck flight you're on today. So there it is, JetBlue 993. Pulling out my flight plan here. I'm just looking at it on the other screen here. But every time I tap something in the box, it's going to make it go away. So, but you can see there, cost index 100. It is a cruise flight level of 34. So 134 and an ISA deviation +6. So 100. 340 is our initial cruise, and then +6 would take us to -40 for a temperature. All right. Let's see here. Flight plan page. Out of Boston. Departure is, and let's just check the clearance again for this. It is the Highland 7 departure. Climb via the SID. Expect 340 10 minutes after. So Highland 7, and that's as far as Highland. Departing runway 27. So departure runway 27, Highland 7. I don't think there's a transition because I think it's only one transition. So Highland 7. And then arriving Denver. In our flight plan, the plan is, looks like 3-4 left on the Logger 3 through Brewery. So we're going to go ILS 3-4 left. We got 4 hours to sort this out and change this up. So I don't know if that's going to be the most appropriate one, but that's what we're putting right now. And we're looking for the Logger 3 through Brewery. So ILS 3-4 left, Logger 3, Brewery transition. We can insert all that. And do we have, I didn't see any step climbs in here actually. No step climbs at all. One constant altitude, any user-defined waypoints. So no lat longs, no user-defines. We're looking at a total ground distance of 1569. I got 1580. That's a very reasonable for that distance. Probably just the vector stars and SID. Probably the vector star really is where the difference comes in. So we can try the store route, and this works about half the time. Not even, but we're going to try it, because every once in a while it surprises me and it works. No, nothing. Okay. So we're going to have to go through it the old-fashioned way. So I'm going to have this up on the other screen here just so I can see it, because we're looking for Highland, Cambridge, Quebec 822, Flint. So the Highland 7 as far as Highland, then direct Cambridge, Quebec 822 as far as Flint, which is a long way. And then it's direct Dubuque, DBQ, direct OBH, direct Brewery for the arrival. Direct DBQ, direct OBH, direct Brewery for the arrival, logger 3. It's all there. Route looks good. RadNav, auto-tune is fine for today. Secondary, copy the active and let's do an immediate return. So we'll go after Harold here and we'll go back to KBOS. So if we get any kind of immediate return, we can come back and land on KBOS, and we'll do the ILS-33 left is what they're advertising, so that's what we'll plan on. It's a nice long runway as well. No star required. ILS-33 left through Bend, no star required. So Boston 27, Discon, and then we do Ben Cohas Nimoy for the ILS-33 left. Yes, Leonard Nimoy was a Boston native, so hence he's on the fix for the approach here. Primary still showing Boston 27 to Denver 34 left. All right, initialization. The only reason I actually really know that, too, is because they make that announcement from time to time in the airport terminal. When you're walking around the Boston airport terminal, they have various famous celebrities from Boston make periodic announcements, so every once in a while you hear Leonard Nimoy's voice echo through the terminal welcoming you to Boston. All right, fuel plan, quickly here. So the alternate is 1.5, the final reserve 1.3, 1.5, and 1.3. And then the ZFW, we should hopefully have this in the MCDU here. Hopefully they finished boarding and we're already ready to go. Load sheet, well, there's a prelim load sheet anyways. Nope, that's the final load sheet. We never got a prelim. Okay, weird. We never did. 66.9 by 26.3. 66.9 by 26.3. And block fuel, it should be 16.6. We'll check it in a second here. That gives us a takeoff weight of 83.3, and we did 83.7, so that's good. All right, and let's just see. We got 16.6. We do have all the fuel. While I'm just thinking about fuel, let's just do this really quickly. Pumps on. Seatbelts on. All right. Back in the box. Wind component from the flight plan here. Great circle distance. Average wind component minus 43, so let's do this, minus 43, and here's the thing is that I find that this calculation then is off. There's something with it. I don't know what's going on with Fenix, because the 320 calculation is usually very accurate, but you'll see there's a big discrepancy here, 11.1 versus 12.1. It's underestimated by a ton, and yet it's saying even longer, 4 hours, 350. I find that these numbers in SimBrief generally are the ones that happen. This is, for some reason, this calculation is not right. I don't know why. It's something that Fenix needs to tweak, and I think they're trying to look into it and figure out why exactly it's off. So we got an extra ton there. We've got our extra fuel. We got 10 minutes of ATC, 5 minutes of weather, so that adds up to, let's see here, 0.6, that's 0.9, plus the contingency of 0.6, that's 1.5, plus the extra ton, and 2.5, 2.7, so it's actually pretty reasonable there. Let's zero out the winds and get the real winds now through the ACARs, and then we can go over here. What we can do is we can send our calculated takeoff data to the MCDU, and the time it's taken to do that, look at that, our wind data uplink is here. Blue for the climb, blue for the cruise, blue for the descent. That means they're all properly inserted. So takeoff runway 27, no takeoff shift, the full length. I'm just going to go back and forth here just to make sure everything's copied correctly. Flaps 3 up 1.3, flex 36. Flaps 3 up 1.3, flex 36. We got V1 131, VR 138, V2 142. And 1520, 1520, 1020 across the bottom. So 131, 138, 142, 1520, 1520. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change to a standard noise 2 profile, so just start accelerating. So 1020 across the bottom. .1020 across the bottom for a noise 2 departure. 235, the green dot speed is now pre-selected for the climb. Prog page. Max is at 34.4. We're planned at 34. We're currently optimal 33. By the time we get up there, we'll probably be the max will probably be quite a bit higher. GPS primary nav accuracy is high, and the IRSs are all navving at 0.6s and 0.5s. All right, again, let's we got the clearance here, so let's read this here. PDC for JetBlue 993, A321, departing Boston, destination Denver, routing Boston, Highland 7 Highland, Cambridge, Quebec 822 Flint. Just checking this against my flight plan. On the other screen here, Flint, DBQ, OBH, Direct Brewery, and the Logger 3, OBH Brewery Logger 3, Denver. Altitude 340, squawk set 2473. I do have 2473 in the box down there. Remark cleared Highland 7 departure. Climb via the SID. Expect 340 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 22.8. Advise ATIS and location. Contact 28.8 to push. All right. So again, fuel is pumps are on. It's boarded 16.6. Looks pretty balanced, and
Hey
we'll say we
guys,
recorded on
all
flight plan.
packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Got a fuel ticket? Yeah. Go for it. Good to close, short taxi. Good to close, long taxi. Clear to close. Yes. Clear to close. All right. It always seems to have problems with that. That's the one thing it always seems to have problems with, so I'm going to have to fix that some other time. I'm not going to deal with it right now. Fuel is good. Load, we've got our final numbers. They're already in, and logbook is been checked. We don't have any snags. It is the first flight of the day, so we're doing all the first flight checks. Okay, quick briefing here, and then we'll get underway. Are you ready for the departure briefing?
Go ahead.
And let's make sure that all of this stuff has cross-filled properly here. So 131, 138, 142. It is a config 3 takeoff. Weather's good. Radars required. Pushbacks required. Thrust reduced. Threats none. Takeoff runway 27. 36,000. 10,000. Okay, yeah. It's good enough. Okay. All right, so technical status of the aircraft. First of all, there's nothing wrong with the aircraft. We have a good, clean airplane today. No temps. Nothing really that affects the departure. A couple of taxiway closures. We do have ATC to guide us around any taxiway closures, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. The departure today is the Highland 7 departure. Hopefully you guys can see that, right? Yeah. Highland 7 RNAV departure out of Boston. This is on plate 10-3 Charlie for runway 27. And should be in the box here. I should probably actually just double check that it is all in the box here properly. All right, so runway 27, climb heading 272, intercept course of 237 to Kira. 237 to Kira, it's there. Then on depicted route to Highland, and after Kira, it's Globe, max 250 above 3,000, Herald, and Highland. So Globe, max 250, above 3,000, Herald, Highland. And what we can do is we can just go up over here and also just check that the routing constraints are all marked in here. Well, there's only one routing constraint there at Globe, 3,250 knots. So that's all in there. So the routing constraints are all as published. And yeah, let's see here. Noise abatement, nothing published. Just follow the SID will give us the most noise abatement. And engine out procedure, I really don't know what it would be off runway 27. I'd imagine it's probably runway heading. They don't want. No, actually, it probably is follow the SID because it'll take you the away from the tallest buildings over downtown. So we'll just follow the SID up to the MSA of at least 2,500 before we make any turns in the event of an engine failure. Let's see here. What am I doing here? Sorry, so it's sitting here just trying to think through my processes here. The takeoff today is going to be a left seat takeoff, runway 27, drive runway, no takeoff shift. It's flaps 3 takeoff, trim of up of 1.3, flex of 36, V1 131, VR 138, V2 142, standard transition 18,000, 1020 across the bottom, noise 2 departure, 235. The green dot speed is pre-selected for the climb. It's going to be managed departure. We've got climb blue, nav blue. We'll get the autopilot on shortly after departure because it is an RNAV SID, and I'm the only pilot in the flight deck. Sorry, Nick, you just don't count. And I'm just trying to think now. Yeah, so RadNav is auto-tuned. We don't need anything on there. That's pretty much it. Any threats to you, Nick, besides the complex SID, RNAV SID, so we'll get the autopilot on right away to make sure we track that properly. We do have ATC online, which will help mitigate any collision risks. I don't see too much else today, really. It seems like a pretty nice day. All right, so we won't do any single engine taxi because it's just this is going to be a heavy airplane to get moving. So no single engine taxi, and then we'll We'll say the emergencies are done previously, and the OEB 646 and 61. So there's no OEB now for Airbus, which is really interesting. OEB 61 says that if you have an excess cabin altitude ECAM, and then you check the cabin pressurization page, and it says that the cabin altitude is okay, you action the ECAM anyways. If I just having a momentary block there. Yeah, there we go. So if you look down here and it says, oh, the cabin altitude's fine, it's at 8,000 or 7,000 or whatever, but you still have this cabin altitude warning going off, it says follow the warning. And the reason is that there's two pressurization controller computers. Whichever one is active today at System 1 is the one that's also providing the indications of the cabin altitude. However, if either of them detects an excessive cabin altitude, both of them are allowed to send a message to the ECAM to say excess cabin altitude. And so what could happen is, of course, the System 1 could be defective, and it could be erroneously indicating you at 8,000 when in fact the cabin is climbing through 10 or 11, 12,000. And System 2 has caught that, but because System 1 has not reported itself as faulty, it does not go offline. So it still shows the cabin altitude here inaccurately, whereas System 2 is accurately detecting your rising cabin altitude and is triggering the warning correctly. So that's the new OEB, says if you see a conflict between the cabin altitude warning and the cabin altitude indicated on the ST page, believe the warning. Follow the procedure for the warning. Assume the warning is correct. That's the new OEB 61. All right, we do have the finals in. I believe we're ready. Pre-flight checklist. Pre-flight checklist. Oh, jeez. No, it's got the right microphone. It's just being a real bear, because it should have cockpit preparation checklist. That's the one.
Gear pits and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
16.6 tons.
Seat belts.
On.
Adheres.
Nav.
Barrow ref.
3014 inches set.
3014 set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
All right, let's get Boston up here. I never did get the altitude off the SID, did I? Ah, darn it. It is 5,000. Trying to rush through things here, trying to get out on time, and I'm blowing through things here. 5,000 feet is set. Boston Tower, good morning. JetBlue 993, Park to Gate Charlie 10. We have information whiskey, ready for push and start.
JetBlue 993, Boston Tower, good morning. Thank you for whiskey. Push back into the alleys at your discretion. Advise when you're ready to taxi.
All right, we'll push back to Echo 3 and call for the taxi at JetBlue 993. All right, beacon goes on, triggers this whole process, and we can do before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 131, VR 138, V2 142, flexing 36 degrees.
V1 131, VR 138, V2 142, flex temp 36 degrees. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
All right, and we're just about ready to go here. It's a little bit later than I wanted, but it's still, we're doing okay. We'll get there.
Locking gear.
Just making sure that this is all while she's getting hooked up. Server connection okay, simulator okay, stage 3 flight, so it knows what we're doing. Seems to figure this out. Farewell, Boston. We'll be back on the next leg.
Boston Server, this is JetBlue 1333 with taxi 27.
I never did look to see if there's anybody else in the alley, but there's not. So
JetBlue 1333, runway 27, taxi via Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right.
Via Charlie, taxi 27, cross Charlie, cross 4 left, hold 4 right for JetBlue 1333.
All right, so I predefined the spots there. I was playing yesterday with FS Dream Team's
Release parking brakes,
GSX
please.
Pro. All right.
Commencing push.
Brakes are off, ready for
All
pushback.
engines clear.
Spot echo
Start
4.
at
Delaying start till advised. So I was playing yesterday with GSX and defining custom pushback positions. So over here in this alley, as we go over here, there's two pushback locations, Echo 4 and Echo 3, two pushback spots. So I defined them, but I defined it as a push-pull move. So it's going to be hopefully a realistic move here. So it's going to hopefully turn us around and then pull us to those spots. I hope, if I've done everything correctly to define these things. And that's kind of a big if sometimes. GSX is, when it works, GSX is great. Every once in a while it gets a little temperamental with what it's trying to do. But it does look like it's doing it correctly here. So it's going to push it kind of back into the corner here, and then it should straighten it out for a second, and then do a reversal and pull us around the corner. Alright, so far that's happening the way it's supposed to. Then it reverses direction, pulls us. And this is one reason why I can't do a start now. Anytime now. There it goes. Just had to wait a couple seconds. Don't run over your coworker. No! Well, we lose more red people that way. But yeah, this is also a big hazard too, is if you ever do a pull forward operation as part of your pushback. Depends on the airline and the airplanes, but at our airline we have a very strict no starting the engines during a pull maneuver. And no running engines during a pull maneuver. And if it's pushback, it's fine. But if it's going to be a pull at all, there's no engine starts. And the reason, of course, is that the stopping power of the tug is not guaranteed against the running power of the engine. So if you think about this, when you're moving backwards and you have these engines pulling you forward, when the tug goes to stop you, the engines are helping that deceleration process. But if you flip it around, in this case of an operation where we're being pulled forward, the tug is pulling us forward, if we start the engines, it's also going to... If we start the engines, it's also going to be pulling us forward, and there's a chance that especially if both engines are running, we could end up overpowering the tug on the pull. So in those cases of pull operations with our airline, we just simply do not do any engine starts until the operation is complete, like this.
Please set parking brakes.
On the other hand, that worked very nicely.
Unlocking gear.
All right, brakes are set. Confirm the pins removed. We're starting engines 2 and 1. On the other hand, that pull worked out great. And if you have the time to define these pulls ahead of time, and I just spent a few minutes last night just defining it, just to see how well it would work, because I knew this would be kind of a tough alley for GSX to figure out otherwise. Normally, yeah, you wouldn't want to even start probably until you're in these positions. Some airports, they also have very specific start lines where you can't start before you've crossed that line, because they don't want the jet blast from your airplane going back and blasting whoever's working at the gates over here. Obviously right now they're empty on VATSIM, but in the real world chances are pretty good that those gates are full of people, so they always want to make sure that safety is paramount, that we're always thinking about what are the potential safety risks.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Thrust lever not at idle, so for a second it was not at idle there. I think I bonked it with my finger just as putting my finger back on the start lever here on my throttle quadrant. It's very picky about that. But that's another big risk factor too. If it's not right at idle, as soon as the engine starts, it will accelerate to whatever position the thrust lever is at. It won't accelerate to idle. It'll accelerate past idle. So again, if you've got people working underneath the airplane, removing the landing gear pins, removing the tow bar, doing all sorts of activities down there, the last thing you want is excess thrust in the engines, which could potentially cause the airplane to start sliding forward if it's enough thrust. Now, hopefully, if it's just a slight more, instead of being at 20%, it's at 22% idle. Hopefully, that's not enough to move the airplane, but you just don't even want to have that risk. You don't even want to take that risk. Anything we can do to improve safety. So there goes our ground crew with the pins, starting the engines, and away we go. Boom. I heard that power transfer. All right. Engines 2 and 1 are normal. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Decam status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
JetBlue 1333, wind 200 at 6, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 27, acknowledge the winds for JetBlue 1333.
1.3 nose up. Set and checked. Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Boston Tower, JetBlue 993, ready taxi.
JetBlue 993, Boston ground actually just landed on. You can contact them 121.9 for taxi.
Okay, 1219er for the ground. Thanks, JetBlue 993. We'll talk to you in a minute. Boston ground, JetBlue 993, spot Echo 4, ready taxi.
JetBlue 993, Boston run, hello, runway 27, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 1, Bravo, Charlie, cross runway 4 left, hold short of runway 4 right.
JetBlue 993, runway 27, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 1, Bravo, Charlie, cross 4 left, hold short 4 right. All right, let's just bring this up and double check that we know what we're doing here. So it's Alpha, Alpha 1, Bravo, around to Charlie, cross 4 left, short 4 right. That's pretty much what I expected. Always write it down just in case. Clear left. Clear left side. Clear left side. All right, well, apparently nothing. Set and checked.
After landing checklist completed.
Why are you doing the after landing checklist, you idiot? Clear left side.
Clear right side.
All right, so this is Alpha 1 right here. So basically just going to go straight ahead out Alpha 1, then a right turn on Bravo. Once we get over onto Charlie, we'll have time to do flight control checks. All right, underway for episode 2 of season 13 of A Pilot's Life, on our way out of Boston and over to Denver. And I really like the scenery in Denver. If we don't make it there, I'll be a bit disappointed. Definitely quite a little bit later than I had wanted to get going here, but so be it. It does look a little bit damp out here this morning. Look kind of dry over by the ramp, but it almost looks wet out here. I wonder if we should have done wet numbers. Is it too late to change this to do wet numbers while we're taxiing? Takes the V1 back even another notch. Let's send that to the... change it even to a toga takeoff. A flaps 2 toga takeoff. It's not really like that wet. It's one of those like 6 of one, half does the other. I think we'll leave it where it is right now, but... All right. This is Bravo. Keep following Bravo, and then I think it's going to be the third left here. It's going to be Charlie, kind of opposite the middle alley here of the terminals. Once we get across the first runway here on Charlie, we'll have a little bit of time to do the flight control check and the taxi check. Alright, this should be Charlie here. We are cleared to cross 4 left, but hold short of the right side. So here comes Charlie. So left turn here on Charlie. It's a quiet morning here in Boston. I definitely heard somebody else earlier, but I guess we're the only ones down on the ground now. Keeping in mind that the wheel is behind the flight deck door. It's pretty much a beam the front cabin doors. The 1L, the 1R door. Alright, clear to cross 4 left, clear right. Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Let's just get across this and we'll answer the interphone. Flight deck captain speaking.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Thank you. Alright. Holding short of 4 right, which is the red marks up ahead.
JetBlue 993, cross runway 4 right.
Cross runway 4 right, JetBlue 993. Alright, cleared to cross 4 right. 4 right on the sign. We're just going to continue across here on Charlie. Get a little hesitation there on the sim for a moment. Clear left side.
Clear right side.
And what I'm trying to do is find a relatively safe, uncongested area to do the flight control check. Flight control check.
And JetBlue 993, monitor Boston Tower on 128.8. Have a nice flight, see ya.
Monitor 288, JetBlue 993, see ya. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Flight control check.
Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Taxi checklist.
JetBlue 993 Boston Tower. Hello again. Cross runway 33 left on Delta. Traffic's on an 8-mile final.
Alright, cross 33 left on Delta. Copy the traffic, JetBlue 993. Repeat last.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 3.
Config 3. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Clear left side. Clear right side. On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Hello,
Normal.
Frequency Boston ATIS information X-ray is now current. Altimeter 3014.
Repeat last.
ECAM memo.
No blue. Takeoff, no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight today.
Alright.
This is the
Because we were crossing an active runway, I put the strobe on. 8 miles final is pretty good final anyways. I didn't feel the need to hustle across that one. Alright, we made it to runway 27. It's just busy enough to be a little bit interesting. When you're working single pilot, your ability to do stuff is definitely less than with two fully trained, skilled professional pilots in the flight deck. So it's good when the workload's a little less than real life would be. Trying to deal with ATC by yourself while also navigating the airplane and doing all the other tasks, reading and responding to the checklist, it can be very challenging.
Doors are clearly marked with exit signs and instructions for door operation. Each door is equipped with an escape slide.
the other thing we can do is we can set up Unicom, because there's nobody else after this as far as I know, unless they've changed it, but they would have told us the departure frequency had changed. So for now we're going with the departure frequency is 22.8.
JetBlue 993, runway 27, line up and wait. Traffic is on a 2-mile final for the crossing runway.
Okay, line up only runway 27, JetBlue 993. Alright, line up only runway 27, 27 on the sign, 27 in the box. We're cleared to line up only. Runway entry procedure.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path, clear of traffic. Cabin crew be seated for takeoff.
Hold on to the strap located on the back. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the
Line up checklist.
cabin lights will now be turned off.
Takeoff runway.
Reading light buttons are
Runway
located.
27 confirmed.
Thank you for your attention.
Runway 27 confirmed. TCAS.
TARA. TARA.
Packs 1 and 2.
Off.
Line-up checklist completed.
There's a bleed. Those are closed.
JetBlue 993, wind 190.5, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway 27 clear for takeoff, JetBlue 993. Alright, here we go. Manflex 36, SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
Checked.
Takeoff.
Thrust set. Check. knots.
American
Check.
11, welcome to Boston. Continue taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway 4 left and you can contact ground 121.9.
Rotate.
Okay, continue via Quebec and hold short of 4 left and then contact ground 1 first.
Gear up.
American 5, thank you.
Gear up.
Nav. Autopilot 1.
JetBlue 993, no further ATC services are available. Frequency change to advisory is approved. Have a great flight.
After advisory, JetBlue 993, thanks for the service. Good morning. Climb. Thrust climb, auto thrust. There's a little bit of a leap off the runway there. Normally she doesn't kind of want to rotate, in this one for some reason today just leaped right into the air. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
And Squawk Savage says he's been lurking. He was the tower. Thanks for flying. And well, thank you very much, Squawk Savage, for being online and providing the service. I do appreciate it. I don't expect ATC in the morning, so it's always a very pleasant surprise when I do get someone online. So thank you so much for that. I'll be back in another week or two on another stream, flying back from Denver to Boston. So hopefully I'll get you online then. Flaps 0.
Speed checked. Flap 0.
All right, so now we've met the 3,000 foot restriction for Globe, max 250 knots, but we can start accelerating anyway, so they're speed managed. And no further ATCs online, so we're going to go ahead and set our cruise level of 34,000 feet. So flight level 340 is set, Roger 340. The FO is FS2 cruise animated animated Fenix FO. So this is the, today I went with the Hispanic guy. What is he doing? He's setting something. Set flight level 340. I do like that that now moves in increments. It used to be, you'd say set flight level 340 and the FO would just clink one click and it would instantly be exactly at the target. And now it actually goes up in little increments like that. That's really, really neat. That's a new little change, but I like that. That's a lot of fun. So this is the Hispanic version. He is, let's see here. Yeah, he's Nick, UK male, human Nick, and I went with the Hispanic male FO avatar model. But yeah, this is FS2 crew. So I'm liking it more and more again. At first, it was a little bit awkward when it didn't quite work properly with the 321, but it's gotten right back up there again, and it seems to be working pretty nicely. Very compatible. I like everything. All right, so let's just check and see what he's done here. So should have gotten that light off as well. Turn off light should have gone off as well, because it doesn't do anything once the gear's up. It's on the gear as well. So as soon as the gear goes up, all those lights go off. So let's see here. He's got that. We've got the APs off. The engine anti-ice is not required at this moment. And the engine ignition's on normal TARA. How are we doing for a TAD here? TAD of plus 17 right now. We'll see how it goes. We're going to hit this cloud layer eventually and go a little higher. But right now we're kind of heading northwest in about, what is that, 20 miles? 20, 25 miles. We hit Highland and then we go straight west to Boston. That's really nice to have ATC though. I do appreciate that. There we go. Catch up to myself there. But I do appreciate having ATC whenever I can get it. And I don't make my flight decisions solely based on it, but it is often an influence, especially not when I don't have a specific something in mind. If I had a specific flight in mind, of course, then the ATC, it's nice to have, but it usually won't change my mind. But oftentimes when I am trolling the network, trying to just figure out where I want to fly, often I will pull up VPilot and I will, not VPilot, I'll pull up VATSIM, look and see where the ATC is and pick something that works with that ATC. There's 10,000 climbing flight level 340. Let's hold off on the seatbelts just till we climb through this layer. What are we accelerating to? 340, because pretty sure I did cost index 100 to try and get us to Denver relatively quickly here. But yeah. Anyways, we are underway. There's 10,700 climbing 340. We're underway. We got a little bit of ATC at the back end. I'm just curious. Now I'm going to pull up my VATSPy window just to see what's going on up ahead. And the answer is very little. Although, we do have a Chicago Center online. So I think we will be in Chicago Center's airspace at some point here. So that's good. But yeah, right now, for now, we're just sort of climbing northwest bound. And yeah, we can do a quick little update here on our pilot's life career, because I want to get going quickly, so I didn't go too far into this, but we are on leg 2 of season 13. I can't believe how many hours we've done, and if we go to the dashboard really quick, you can see we're building up our experience. We're almost ready for a promotion here. Another just over 500 experience points, and we'll be up to senior first officer, which is a good promotion, and we're getting there with the bank count, $2,400. Hourly salary of $52 is not bad, and I've logged 326 hours in a pilot's life version seasons 1 and 2.
Traffic,
Chapter 1 and 2.
Charlie Victor, Stack runway 11 via Alpha Echo Mike. Time for traffic.
Inbox, I got a few things in here. So Saturday event poll, so another one of those I'm not too really worried about Saturday event polls. It's just not my thing. Salary credit, $152 from the last flight, so that's not bad. Getting a decent amount. This one's actually going to, if I do the full 4 hours, it will net me quite a bit of money. It should net me at least $200-ish, a little more than $200, so that's good. Good motivation to try and finish the leg, but then this is also neat too. And I actually noticed this before, just yesterday. I was shopping around a little bit, and I noticed that this. So a grand tour from SimBitWorld. So ever dreamed of island hopping in Greece with your favorite GA plane? How about exploring Europe's busiest airports as an airline captain, or perhaps cruising the USA in the luxury of your private jet? Fancy the excitement of a helicopter tour over breathtaking landscapes? Our latest project was developed and born from the spirit of discovery. With our tour planning software, you have the creative freedom to design your own tours and share them with the entire user community. You can now embark on thrilling journeys with your friends in multiplayer mode, or go about it solo. The freedom and flexibility to explore the world is yours. Fast your seatbelt, take off, and craft your own and unique grand tour. The software is already available for purchase. So that sounds like a really neat idea. Basically, a really easy way for you to create your own tours for your friends, for you and your friends to participate in. Just as we're kind of hitting this cloud deck here with the acceleration, we actually got to Catapult 23, so we're really good right now. That's a really neat concept because tours are one of the really fun things I have enjoyed doing a lot in the simulator. Originally, it was the Canadian Express tours. Canadian Express has its virtual airline, and they have a whole bunch of different tours you can do. One of the biggest ones was the Orbex North American Airport Tour, which I think I alluded to this a couple streams ago. But it went to visit like 165 different airports that were all part of North America's of Orbex's North American Airport Pack. So back in the day, in the FSXP3D world, when Orbex used to create these products that redid all of like the graphics of your sim, the ground terrain and everything, and the land classes, and made them look a lot more realistic. FTX Global and FTX Land classes. They had a free add-on pack that you could download, a free DLC if you bought into any of those major products, which was a free downloadable airport pack, which had a whole range of airports across North America, improved a notch. They taken up from the default. None of them were great. None of them were spectacular. None of them were $30, $40 payware sceneries. But they took default scenery and they improved upon it. They maybe made a few small customized buildings. If there was something very distinctive about an airport, they made sure the buildings were the right size, the right shape, not just generic buildings. Taxiway and taxiway improvements, signage improvements. Nothing great. It doesn't look like anyone spent more than about 5 to 10 hours per airport, maybe, tweaking some things, making some things look a little bit better. But what you ended up with, of course, was this pack of hundreds of airports that you could visit across North America. There's 160 just in Canada. That 160, then that wasn't even all of them, but that tour only went through Canada. It started out, it actually did start out in Alaska, but then after that it went strictly through Canada. It went right up across the north, all the way up to Alert, and back down through Iqaluit over to the east coast. I can't remember if they went to St. John's, but they went down through Nova Scotia, came back up through Quebec, Ontario, and out across the prairies. I only ever got, I think I made it as far as Ontario. And I never even finished the tour. I never even got into the prairies. It was tons of fun, though, because it was lots of small airports that you might not otherwise visit. You really had to pick your airplane because some of the legs were really long. Going to Alert was really long. You had to pick a 37 just to get there. But then other ones, you were going to these small little airports. There was a couple that were just water aerodromes only. So you had to pick an amphibious airplane to get from the land airport to the next water airport, back to the next land airport again. So it was a really neat tour. I always enjoyed tours, and the same thing with even a Microsoft Flight Simulator, the bush tours. The bush tours are tons of fun. It's just this list of places to visit, some relatively vague sometimes directions of how to get from one waypoint to the next. Part of the adventure is just getting there. I'd liken it to a scavenger hunt almost, the way the bush tours are set up. There's transitions, standard
cross-checked. Passing flight level 181.
And I liken it, Roger.
Now.
Yeah, I liken it to a scavenger hunt. Like, you're given clues, but you're not given like an overt, and you are in a way, because it does also give you tracks and distances to fly. But if you just overlook the track and distance one, if you overlook certainly the track, then you're just sort of navigating, just looking out the window, trying to say, is that the river I have to follow the river until it meets two roads, and then take the second road, make a left. If you can follow those directions, which are often very vague and ambiguous, and get to the airport you're trying to get to, just it's such a sense of accomplishment. And there was one case in the last little while where I almost botched it. Most of the time I get there in the end, and sometimes there's some second guessing. You're like, is this the right one? Is it not? And you're sitting there and you're kind of like, I don't know. You're back and forth for a little while. But I remember one of the tours, and you can go back in my YouTube channel and check it out, because on the Patagonia tour that I did, and I think it was last summer, Maybe it was this summer. It was definitely quite a few months ago anyways. But I did the Patagonia tour in about 4 different intervals live streaming on Twitch, and it's all saved on my YouTube. But there was one, I think it was I feel like it was in the 2nd episode, where I got lost. And I ended up circling back and coming back to the starting point again and like starting the timing again and be like, okay, I'm going to read the instructions and look a little bit more carefully this time. And I did figure it out in the end, but I did get lost. I had to come back and I had to kind of reset my bearings at one point, which was, again, at the time it felt a little frustrating, but in hindsight, like it was so satisfying to realize that I made the mistake and reinterpret what I was reading and seeing and follow the instructions and get to the destination, and it was great at the end of the day. I'm going to select speed 320 just to get us above this cloud deck here and hopefully avoid the bumps. Right about now, I'm at the back end calling me, hey, is it okay if we get up? And I'll be like, okay, yeah, you guys can get up. I'm not going to turn the seatbelt sign off just yet. We might just get a few more bumps for the next 5 minutes. So don't get too enthusiastic in starting your service. You got 4 hours. But yeah, probably about 2 or 3 minutes here, we'll get the belts off. But yeah, so bush tours are great fun. So I kind of like that idea. So let's actually just follow that link there. And see if it's got any screenshots or anything on Sim Market here. Alright, I got the audio down here. I'm not trying to necessarily play someone else's YouTube, but just trying to... So it looks like the interface, it's got the same kind of user interface style as the Pilot's Life here. Live tracking of your flights. So kind of like a Pilot's Life, but tours instead. And you can always do the multiplayer version, which is great. Can I make this any bigger? There we go. Okay, lean in a little bit, but yeah, so tour details, so you can set up names, you can set up routings here. What else can you do? Aircraft, you can specify an aircraft, or it looks like you can leave it blank depending on how you want to do it. Your tours, browse tours, current leg. Logbook, so I guess you can log all the legs and you can kind of keep track of these things. Community statistics, your statistics. Definitely a neat piece of software. Not something that I'm probably going to have a whole lot of time for, in the sense that I probably won't be able to necessarily be creating tours, but if you've got a lot of chances to browse tours, you know, I'd fly other people's tours. It might be a fun piece of software. This one seems like another one of those ones where it really has to reach a critical mass, I think, for it to be really fun. Finished tours, started tours, a little bit simpler. 15 euros. 15 euros for the software. And I don't know. I haven't used it. Botch, like going in the wrong direction and doubling the normal trip time. Yeah. Good times, exactly. You know what? You can't win them all, and sometimes you got to admit when you're lost. You really have to be honest with yourself. Okay, I'm lost. Can I sort this out? Can I recover from this with the gas I have in the tanks? And I did. It got it done in the end, but it almost made it a little bit more interesting that way. All right, we'll go seatbelt signs off now. I'll manage us back to put us back in managed speed here. So yeah, do I feel that's worth 15 euros? For me, honestly, probably not. Only because I feel like just adding to the list of things to do, I don't know if I have the time. But I think because of that whole sharing tours kind of idea, I think that could definitely kind of reach a new. It would have to reach a critical mass. Critical mass for it to be worthwhile. So browse tours. I'm just looking at the documentation here, just trying to get a sense of the software. I'm kind of curious about it. I am curious. I do like SimBitWorld. I think they've done great things with their Pilot's Life and with the crew, and with the random trip generator as well. Their free little utility, I think, is also really good. I'm not against supporting them again, only because I think they've done good things. But create tour page, tour details. You can take your description, name, type of tour. So I guess you can have GA or probably airline. Logbook page, so you can keep everything, current leg, so kind of like a pilot's life in a way where you've got the current leg and you're tracking it. Doesn't look like there's as many statistics tracked. It doesn't look like it's rating your flights per se. A simple piece of software anyways. 15 euros, I'm not sure. If it was half that price, I'd say it would be a really good deal. 15 euros, and I'm not trying to belittle anyone because I don't know how much development went into this. Maybe they're trying to, it definitely seems like it's got a big back end as well. This is the trouble with the pilot's life, and I do worry about it a little bit, is that, of course, almost everything that happens on a pilot life is interacting with a back end server. So it's one of those things where, I hope the server stays online for a long time, because if it ever goes away, this whole thing becomes useless. The whole generation thing happens behind the scenes, the tracking and saving of everything. It speaks to the issues I have with the way software is designed these days, in terms of always assuming you're always going to be online, you're always going to be connected, and there's no offline version. So it assumes your internet's working all the time, but B, if this company runs out of money or otherwise this particular application becomes unprofitable, this could go away at any point in time. And that is somewhere between sad and just annoying. This especially is a fantastic piece of software, and I really love it. And if this was to go away, I would be so disappointed. First of all, I don't know what I would do with my Twitch streaming anymore. I'd have to pick random flights from now on. I'd have to create my own schedules. So, I would be a little disappointed, but it's also just a little bit sad, too, because it's a great piece of software, but it's obviously very critical that it runs on its back end. It's got this whole front-end thing, and it loads all this data, but, like, every time you go to visit a new page, it's accessing stuff in the server. Okay, I don't think this is in the server, but if I go to, like, the job market, it's accessing the server. It's downloading all the job market information current from the server, which, this is kind of a massive multiplayer, online, interactive environment where certain things are limited, certain resources are limited, mostly the pilot jobs. There's a limited number of pilot jobs at various airlines, and if you try to apply to an airline that's full, you may not get one. Now, that being said, the number of jobs available versus the number of pilots on the system is ridiculous, and I almost think they need to limit the jobs a little bit more, and I've read that the jobs do scale with the size of the user base. So as the user base goes up, proportionally the number of jobs available at each company kind of goes up a little bit. That way, there is a shortage, but it's not so short that people are competing. But like in this case, there is no shortage whatsoever. I could apply to any airline. There is no airline that is full. And when I started this, there were a few airlines that were full. Bahamas Air, actually, 24 out of 26. That's the fullest I've seen. There were a few entry levels. When this first launched, there were a few entry-level companies that were pretty full. The 1- and the 2-star regional airlines that people really liked. Here's one, British Airways Shuttle, 43 out of 43. That one's actually full. So there is a little bit of a pilot. I guess maybe that is realistic, because in the real world, there's a pilot shortage right now. People don't want to be pilots anymore. They've realized that the career is not as great as it used to be. It's not hard to travel the world anymore. The average people can do it for very, very reasonable sum of money, because it's what am I trying to say here? Like air travel is honestly pretty cheap, so people can travel the world. And the other thing is that it doesn't pay the way it used to, although it's coming back. It's coming back slowly but surely, but it doesn't pay the way it used to, and people are getting worked harder than ever at the same time too. So it's very hard to get people interested in it. You really have to love aviation, because you don't do it for the money anymore, and you don't do it for the travel benefits. You certainly don't do it for the lifestyle. People who want a good, decent lifestyle and be at home with their kids a lot of the time, this is not the job for you. So there is a pilot shortage now. It 100%, and it's partly a pay shortage too. It's like the amount that it costs to live in the major cities in North America, especially, versus the amount that airlines pay you to live in the major cities in North America is there's a huge disconnect. You can't afford to live for the first 5 to 10 years of your career in the major cities where you're based, and certainly in the U.S., that's not a big problem, because most of the major airlines have very robust commuting policies. I'm just looking for full airlines, and there's not too many. Most of them are not. Very few of them are even half full. There's a few that are like half full. This one's almost half full. Jet 2's almost half full.
1,000 to go.
Check. Yeah, in the U.S., most of the airlines have a major commuting policy where if you're commuting to and from your base for work, they'll often give you confirmed passes, confirmed seats. You don't have to worry about being on standby. If the flight fills up, you don't make it, then you got to call crew scheduling and tell them you're not making it to work today because the flight that you were planned on is filled up. In Canada, that's not a thing still. In Canada, you are expected to live at your base, and if you choose to commute, you do it at your own. You do it at your own cost. You do it at your own risk. There's nothing that really defends commuters in Canada. There might be some vague administrative or policy language that says, like, as long as you try it a couple times, we promise not to. We promise we'll drop your pairing without any pay, but without any discipline either. Mock alt star. And that's sort of, okay, I'm not being disciplined for it, but at the same time, I'm losing my pay when often things that are beyond your control are what prevent you from getting to work. The airline that you work for filled up the flights, or maybe the airline next to you. Somebody canceled something, and all of a sudden all the flights filled up, and now you don't have a chance to get to work. So, mock alt cruise, cruise procedure. All right, so quick little check of everything. Basically, if I look across here, I can see that there's no lights on anything here. We're supposed to do a standby compass check once we're actually up in the air. Should be plus or minus 8 degrees. Looks like about 290. Bang on. I love it. I can probably get rid of all that taxi instruction there now. What was I saying, though? Yeah, so commuting, and especially in Canada, is still, like, and it's something everyone has to do because the major cities where most of the airlines are based, which are Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, they all have very high costs of living, where the entry-level salary just does not keep up with it. So it's no wonder you can't attract people to this industry. You spend years, invest, easily $100,000 if not $200,000 on getting a license, and then you get paid a pittance that you can't even afford to live, let alone pay off that student debt for years. It's no wonder nobody wants to get involved in the business. It's sad, but it's not surprising. And the airlines have just slowly pushed it that way. They've slowly pushed down salaries, tried to make their operation more efficient by making people work more, but by working more, people are spending less time at home, less time with their loved ones. The lifestyle has just become more and more uncomfortable for people, and it's just like the lobsters in the boiling pot. Like you didn't notice at what point it really became untenable because it was just little by little, piece by piece, it just chipped away until all of a sudden you just couldn't even bring yourself to do the job anymore. And nobody's telling anyone to go do the job. But people ask me, and I say, do I love the job? Yeah. Would I encourage young people to do it? Probably not. I'd say go make your money elsewhere and go buy your own airplane. You're much more likely to be happy. That being said, with the shortage going the way it's going right now, if you can get some experience and get a good job in the beginning, you can stand to go pretty far pretty quick right now. But it's so frustrating. All right, let's do some quick fuel checks here. I did not note the takeoff time. If I can find my flight plan here. Where's my flight plan? There it is. All right, so we are just passing Page here in 6.1 miles. And I should have noted my takeoff time, but I did not. So we'll just have to make do without it. All right, so it looks like at Page we're going to have 13.9 tons, which is a little bit low. A little bit lower than we should be according to the flight plan. And the time is 14:32. All right, so this is where we're going to start our tracking here, and it's going to go from this point forward. And there's lots of waypoints, unfortunately, because we're on an airway. 14, math test. Daily math test. That's what we used to call it. All these things are like 1 mile apart here. 15, 15. Once I've got all these in, though, then I can make further checks very easily. 3. And then we get long. Once we get past Chicago, then we got long stretches here. So looks like that's 1608. No. 1618. 1618, yeah. 1604, 1706. Oh, and then we got all these waypoints on the arrival. Oh my god, it's killing me here. 1710. Well, every 2 minutes, cross another waypoint. All right, how's that look? 1757, 1807. There's quite a disconnect right now. Either I did something wrong, or the estimate is off. I'm not going to worry about it too much yet. We'll just see how it tracks with the plan and make sure that we're not losing time as we go here. All right. So the other thing I did want to kind of talk about and touch on a little bit. I never even finished really talking about my career here. I mean, there's not that much more to talk about. I really kind of talked about the main thing, the logbook, or not the logbook, the schedule is what I'm looking for. Coming up are the next couple of flights. After this, we go back to Boston again, and then Boston down to Fort Lauderdale. Then we're done with Boston. But it surprised me that we took this long to get to Boston with JetBlue, because JetBlue is a Boston-based airline. Boston and New York-based airline. I think in 3 seasons, this is the first time we got to Boston. And Boston's a great airport. It's got great ATC. It's got great scenery. Like, I really wish we'd seen it sooner in the series. I'm surprised it took us this long. And then we got New York airports all over again here. Fort Lauderdale, LaGuardia, Palm Beach, JFK, Fort Lauderdale again, and then from there down to Mo Bay before we go back to New York. So we got a little bit of back and forth. Most of these flights are about 2 hours, but then you also have like the slightly shorter here, Fort Lauderdale, Mo Bay leg, just to sort of round out the seasons. But, yeah, and then after that, who knows? Maybe we'll move away from JetBlue. And I'm not necessarily enthusiastic to move away from JetBlue. I don't know who else I would want to work for. But we'll see if we can get that 777 type rating. Maybe we can join one of the major carriers in the U.S. and fly around in the 37, the 777. Like, work for Delta. You can fly pretty much everything at Delta. I think Delta's got everything. Where's my job market again? Na-na-na-na-na-na. If I go down to Delta, and I'm going to hit load on this, and it's going to freeze for a minute while it loads all the information. There it is, Delta Airlines. And I'm not saying necessarily I want to work for Delta, but I'll throw it out there as like just an operate everything carrier. So, you know, you can fly the 321 one day and the 777 the next day, depending on where you're going. And of course, I'd still keep it domestic. I don't think I'm going to do the overseas stuff on stream. It's just too much. But I'm pretty sure they operate 777s. But now let's find out. But they do have 37s. They do have 37s, 57s. I know that. They still have the Angry Puppies, the 717s. A320, A319 C series, A350. I knew they operated the 350. They do not actually operate the 777. Oh, the one type that Delta does not operate is 777. But maybe we could do it for United or American. 6.7s, 5.7s, 330s, but no 777s. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe American. Anyways, I would not want to be doing that long haul you know, you could fly the 777 on the transcon routes as well. You can do like the New York JFK, the New York LA type runs. It's because they understand your history and want to make sure you continue to never get ATC. I missed what that comment was in relation to, but I got some ATC already today. I'm already ahead of the game here. We got ATC already. Let's see, where are we here? We're just passing over. We're just coming up on Syracuse. There's Syracuse and Rochester there. I'm just going to keep an eye on it because Chicago Center is online. So we do want to make sure before we get to Chicago that we are focused on them and we do know when to call them up. Never getting to Boston. Oh, okay. Yes, I get it. I get you now. Yes. Never get to Boston. That's because they didn't want to get ATC in Boston. I hear what you're saying now. Because yes, Boston is traditionally also one of those sectors that is online a remarkable amount of the time. They have everybody online. Center, even Center, they have Center online a ridiculous percentage of the time. So yeah, it would have been great to see them more often and get up there. But yeah, I don't even know what I want to do next. I kind of I'm not feeling tapped out, but I don't feel like I have a goal that I'm aspiring to anymore. Like for a long time, I was trying to get up into like the tier 3, the 2, 3, 4-star carriers to try and get like some longer haul flying, make sure I was solidly out of the regional jets and into the narrow bodies. And now that I'm there, I don't even know what else I want to do, and that's kind of my issue. So, next on the list could be Europe, and I'm still trying to sell myself on this. The one I like Europe. I think the biggest issue I think I might have as a streamer on Europe is that there's almost too much ATC. And even at the time that I'm streaming, so I'm streaming right now, it's 10 a.m. for me, it's 2 p.m. in Europe, and there's a lot more ATC in Europe. So this ability to have chats with you guys and talk about issues and things and would almost be tougher in Europe just because I'd be constantly bouncing back and forth with ATC. There'd almost always be a controller in the background talking. That's not a bad thing per se, but I'd have to tune them out to be able to chat and have these commentaries with you guys. So that's a really kind of lame excuse, I think, at the end of the day, as I kind of even talk myself into it and out of it. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. And the other side of it, too, is that I don't have enough high-quality European airports. But maybe now's the time to start thinking about it, start seeing and looking around for decent European airports. And there's quite a few that are included with MSFS, so that also will something to consider. Is where could I be based? What airlines could I work for? Aeroflot's the one that's currently offering me in Europe, along with Ryanair UK. Yeah, but look at their salary, like half of what I'm making right now. I'm not going to do it for that salary, but I'm just curious to see their route structure now. Aer Lingus is reasonable at $48, but I think there are a lot of long haul as well as short haul, but I think they are short haul as well. So Ryanair UK, definitely very reasonable. Just a bunch of 37s flying around back and forth to a whole bunch of different places. They're all the same. They're all 800s, so they all have the same capacity. Let's see, main bases are EGCC, which I believe is Manchester, and EGSS, which I'm guessing is Belfast. Out there, or is that, no, that's London Stansted, isn't it? I don't know my European airport codes at all. I will admit that. Completely stumped, but definitely a lot of like kind of decent level flights, but they're all kind of holiday destinations, so not busy airports per se. But yeah, I would have to really, one-star airline, I would really have to look at where do I have airports? Where do I have, where can I fly to? It's kind of easy in North America because I've got this base of airports that I have, and I can expand and add a few airports here and there, but I can visit a lot of airports I have. But with Europe, I'm starting off very much on the low end. Anyways, it's something to consider. Have I perhaps exercised North America enough? Maybe even just a little kind of one-off season of doing some European airline and then come back to North America again where I'm comfortable and happy and know what I'm doing. If I was smart, I would have done that with season 13. It could have been my unlucky season where I'm overseas not knowing what the heck I'm doing half the time. Also curious about Spirit. Not necessarily hugely interested, but they do fly the bus, so it's definitely possible to fly for Spirit. They definitely go to a lot of places. They do like a lot of secondaries, hubs, Atlantic City, Atlanta, Dallas-Fort Worth, Detroit, Metro, Fort Lauderdale, Houston, Las Vegas, Orlando, Miami, and Chicago O'Hare. So definitely a varied carrier. Maybe, you know, and I've always kind of just like sort of passed them off as meh. But, you know, maybe they are worth seeing. They've got 321s, 319s, 320s. They've got the whole Airbus family kind of going on there. Yeah, I mean, that could be an interesting one as well. Not necessarily a huge paycheck. A little bit of a pay cut from what I'm making right now, and that's going to be a little bit tough to take because I'm trying to also make a little bit of money in this business as well. But definitely a different kind of random assortment of routes around, especially the East Coast. And the reason I kind of focus on the East Coast or the West Coast is because I just don't want to do these long legs in between. Just really hating on the long legs, as he said, as we set out on our 4-hour leg to Denver. So I haven't made up my mind. I'm happy to take some feedback and suggestions on what to do next. I don't think I want to go anywhere outside of Europe or North America. I could do Europe. Asia, I'm very unfamiliar with. Africa, very unfamiliar. South America, Oceania. I'm very unfamiliar. So, yeah, I don't feel like those are places I necessarily want to really kind of stretch my legs. Europe, I feel like it's familiar enough I could probably deal with it, but not all that many airlines down here. Qantas Link, Air New Zealand. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And Air New Zealand, not a lot of domestic service, I don't believe. I mean, some, but like the vast majority of Air New Zealand is long haul overseas. They do have 76 ATR 76s, 23-8s, and 17 320s. Okay, there's actually a decent amount of shorter haul flying, up and down New Zealand. Okay, more airports than I thought in New Zealand, in all honesty. And then I guess connecting to a lot of the Australian airports as well. So that could be fun. That could be fun as well. I could see myself doing that. I wouldn't want to be doing the long haul. But definitely to the other airports in Australia, back and forth, that could be a little bit of fun. Yeah. I really honestly don't know what to do with my next season on A Pilot's Life. I feel like JetBlue has sort of worn, sort of kind of approaching the end. But I don't know. Just don't quite know what to do next with it, in all honesty. So, anywho, what else? So, one thing excuse me. Yeah, I got a bit of a strong wind in front of us, 50 knots. It's not that bad, but it's definitely kind of dragging us back a little bit. What are we grounding out here? We're grounding out 382. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. I'm surprised we're doing such a low Mach number. 7.5 for P and cost index 100. Cost index 100 and it's still only doing Mach 7.5. 340 but Mach 7.5. Bit weird. Alright, let's just have a quick look at all the SD pages here. Make sure that everything is still hunky-dory and normal. Yeah, everybody seems to be happy. Hydraulics. Little variations in the tire pressure there. All right. So yeah, the other thing that I did last stream, and it kind of bugged me because I kind of botched it. Was we talked about FS2024, and it still is kind of the big thing in the news. It's still kind of the biggest thing that's up and coming for the time being. Let's see if I can go back and find it here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I was comparing Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 to 2024. And this was kind of what I did last time. And I tried to do it on stream. And I was staring at all these nice pictures. And you guys couldn't see a thing because I had the wrong overlay up. So, yeah, side-by-side comparisons of the new sim versus the old sim. And even the old Sim, and it's almost sad that we're calling 2020 now the old Sim, but even the old Sim, it never looked bad per se. I mean, it did look bad in spots, and there were things that didn't look great. Excuse me, aberrations in the elevations and errors and glitches in terrain data and things like that. Of course, there were things that could have looked better. I do see an improvement there. Yeah, like it's definitely a little bit chunkier. I think the mist itself could use a little bit of work here, and the way the trees shadow through the mist and everything, that is kind of like, it is a little bit awkward. The mist is almost too... The mist, ironically, has too solid of a boundary on this, and here it's a little bit more feathered out, if you will, so that you do see some things through it in some spots, but not nearly as much. And then even just looking at the detail of the tree in the foreground there, very generic tree. This is definitely a bit more detailed, a few more polygons, and that's really one of the biggest improvements, is the number of polygons going forward that you can get into the sim per per location has gone up by several powers. So you can have much higher detailed scenery, better terrain textures, better objects like trees and stuff like that, and things like lakes. Like, look at this lake here. So you know it's a lake, but the shoreline is just sort of a blend. It's just sort of, oh, we get some low res green textures blending into some blue water here. So look at the trees, look at the lake shore, as well as, of course, the mountains in the background here. And you can kind of see some shadows on there, but a lot of it you can kind of tell it's just textures painted onto a rounded surface. Then you go forward a notch, and now there's actually shorelines, and that's big. There's still some smoothness to it and some weird things, and not weird things, but there's obviously some compromises that are being taken to, some compromises are being taken to keep the frame rate reasonable, to keep the number of polygons reasonable, but definitely a huge step up in terms of the way the water meets the ground, the way the water meets the grass. There's a shoreline. It's a rocky shoreline here, and so there are some miscellaneous rocks along here. There's some trees, but it feels a bit more, less like it's just blended in, and like there's actually some detail there. And then look at the trees. We have obviously very different species of trees now. We actually have biome appropriate trees instead of just generic tree. Meet Mr. Generic Tree. Now you've actually got a variety of actually what look like somewhat realistic, reasonable, as I said, biome appropriate trees. You've got some vegetation here in the foreground, there's nothing in the foreground before, but there's definitely some vegetation. Something a little bit weird about the way the trees look up here on this ridge. It's a step up, I think, but it's still something a little bit weird about the way this ridge looks. But the shadowing is a lot nicer. You can see the texturing is a lot nicer over here now than it was before. And on the vertical faces too here, like it looks more... I don't even know what to say. It looks more abrupt. It looks more layered. It looks more like something cut out of the rock rather than just sort of some rock textures plastered on around it kind of thing here. And then, of course, you've got the new versus the old. So, again, the trees in the background are huge. Huge difference from Mr. Generic Tree to an appropriate pine tree here. But then you've also got, look at the tires, look at the mud up on the struts, and I did love this effect last time as well. I just absolutely adore this. This plane looks like it's been through the bush. This plane looks like it stepped out of the factory yesterday. There's not a speck of dirt on it. It's very clean and shiny, and it looks really nice. But again, that's not how the real world is. The real world is not clean and shiny. The real world gets you dirty, and so this looks like a plane that's been there. You see the amount of mud on the tires. And even the grass that you're on here. And there was grass in here. Actually, the grass was not bad before. It's just a little more texture than it was before. A little bit variety of weeds and stuff like that. And then this one again, very generic looking vegetation on the hillside. The vegetation has gotten a huge step up. Now you've got little bits of rocks, broken branches, things like that. The water looks a little bit odd. It almost looks like too rough here. This kind of almost looks more realistic. From this distance, you would think that this water, unless it's like a hurricane, should look fairly smooth. This almost looks too rough, looking at it here. But the improvement in the volume of vegetation, the variety of the vegetation, it's definitely noticeable. And that's, I think, the big thing here. The different species of trees, if you look down here, very generic, puffball, puffball on a stick trees versus trees. Look at the number of branches even coming out of this tree here. Like this tree here versus the number of little individual branches, some of them with pine needles, some of them without, but then coming out of the tree here, it's just the variety. Again, the number of polygons, the more you push up the number of polygons, of course, the more realistic things you can do. And again, it all comes down to these trees. Generic puffball, green puffball on a stick trees versus trees that actually look like they resemble a real-world species, that they're modeled on real-world trees. And it's just a question of evolution, of how much time do we have to pour into these kind of comparisons. But definitely starting to look a little bit more realistic. The forest canopy looks a little bit more solid here, which is probably more realistic. This, again, looks a little bit sporadic and sparse. Clouds, I don't know that either cloud necessarily looks more realistic than the other. There's definitely some virga coming out of this, which is really kind of nice. That's a neat effect. There's definitely some virga, some rain showers. That looks good. The randomness of these clouds, I think, is a little nicer. But it's hard to say. I think sometimes it's hard to make comparisons. You know, apples to oranges. It's hard to compare one scene. It's easy to compare the tree and say, wow, the difference between this swamp and that swamp is just incredible. The swampy brown water, but it actually looks like water still. This looks like I don't even know what this is. It's like a muddy, compact, I don't even know what that is versus this. Like and my computer's not going to render any of this. This is not what it's going to look like on my computer, that's for sure. Not until I get new video card in there, which hopefully will be coming sometime soon. This one is another nice one too, and the Northern Lights are a fun effect. It's fun. It's neat. It's not. It's another neat effect of the world. It's great to have, but you know, it doesn't really impact the flying so much. The detail in the glacier, it's definitely a little bit better. But it's not a huge difference. The mountains are look a little bit sharper, though, actually. As you look at this terrain up here, look at this kind of, this, not horizon line, but the top of this terrain here. It definitely, it's crisper. Everything's crisper. Just again, showing off more textures, but this is also really neat. It's the fact that you're leaving tracks in the snow. That the snow is a dynamic 3D object when you get close to it that you can actually interact with and leave tire tracks in. That's a neat effect. If anything, the snow almost looks a little bit less realistic on this one. It almost looks a little bit more like a putty, almost, if you will. I don't know. This one kind of has a weird texture to it too. It almost looks like a white dirt more than it's snow per se. But this one almost looks too smooth. This snow, too smooth to ideal. But again, trying to compare as best you can. Again, the trees are huge. Just the difference in the trees and the vegetation is huge, and I don't know if I like this color of the lake as much. Maybe that is the right color for that particular lake, but just the trees, just the level of detail in the trees, it's just phenomenal to look at them. Put some animals in there as well. Oop, I keep clicking the wrong spot here. Oop, not the one I want. Sporadic grasslands, but then you see the brown texture in between, whereas this one, the grass covers the whole thing. The whole ground is grass. It's vegetation. It's not some vegetation with textures underneath. So it just the this is another one that actually it's really incredible. This looks pretty good as it is. You think that, hey, this looks pretty good. Like you captured some colors, you've got all the crags in there, and then you go over to this one and you say this is what it's really supposed to kind of look like. It's just you can see the flat tops, and the corners are crisp too. I think one of the things that happened with a lot of this stuff is that with the terrain data and the elevation data they average stuff together and they kind of round out a lot of the corners. Corners aren't necessarily supposed to be rounded out. They're supposed to be pretty sharp in a lot of cases. You look at some of these things here, very sharp corners at the tops of some of these cliffs here, not nearly the rounded out. So, and the colors are kind of toned down a notch. The saturation was kind of turned down a little bit by the looks of it. This is almost too much red. Too red, almost too toy-like, too much like a Bob Ross painting. And then this starts to take it back a notch. It's a little bit plain, but at the same time, that's probably more realistically what it looks like. There are some splotches of red here, but they're more subtle in this. The shadowing and in the valleys too is a much better effect too. So I think the sharpness of the terrain then results in much better shadowing. But yeah, Again, very generic tree models, very generic shoreline, just textures meet textures, versus, well, again, we got kind of textures meet textures. The shoreline's not that much better here. The beach is just a beach, but definitely the trees have improved. That's probably the biggest. It's Tree Simulator 2024, I think, is what it is now. But even then, you look at some things. So again, you look at the foreground shoreline, much better versus this one. But then also look at the buildings over here, and even just generic buildings. Wow, like it just like this is like, oh, it's kind of just a generic shaped building. Really starting to look like a building over here. Really starting to look like somebody's house that they actually live in up there. And then you get this neat cloud effect around the mountain there, which is just kind of fun. The ring cloud around the mountain there. Sharper textures everywhere is the biggest thing. I think that's the end of it. That was just the landscape, and then the airports. It's the same kind of thing. Procedurally generated 2020 versus 2024. Dirtier runways. The pavement everywhere is dirtier. Perhaps a little bit too generically so again still, because like you can see all the taxi lanes, and certain taxi lanes are used much more than others. Certainly certain taxi lanes are always dirtier than others. So step up, yes. Is it ideal? No. Is it a step up? Yes. Things are a little dirtier, which is probably much more realistic. This was the one that I really was enthused about. So this, I'm not even sure what this is. It might be like Aspen or Telluride or something like that. One of those airports with a nice kind of wood frame. But like, look at these logs here. Like these logs are 8-sided octagons. These stone textures here, it's pretty, it looks good, but it's pretty obvious when you start to look at it that's just a stone texture that's just painted onto a rectangle. And then you take it forward a notch, and like I feel like those, you could actually see that there's depth of this texture along this edge here. There's actually depth there. The logs are round. Not only are they round, but then they're also beveled at the end here. We've got security cameras up top there. I didn't even notice that the first time I looked around. You've got security cameras up top. You know, the benches look a little nicer. That bench actually looked pretty good here. You got individual baggage carts, garbage cans, but like just again, the level of detail, the textures have just gone up a whole nother notch. Look at the trees in the background here. Does this say your ID dubious magician? Yeah, just amazing the amount of detail. So here's a generic airport in 2020. Here's a generic airport in 2024. And again, you're probably going to start to notice the textures are repeated. There's a little bit more ground clutter than there was before. Definitely, you look at like the markings on the pavement, it looks a little nicer. But you're probably going to notice generic airports, you're going to start to see them. You see 3 of them, you've seen all of them. But then this one is another one, nice one too. Look at this roof here, and then look at the roof in the next level here. You've got lights, you've got air conditioners. This is a curved surface versus this is you can see it's an angular surface. Handrails. You can see detail inside the cabin instead of just being opaque windows. The radar actually looks like a shape instead of just a little block here. And that's just what you can see. And then you start looking in the background at the roadways and the taxiway lines, and it just starts to become, this is kind of weird. This roadway here looks a little weird. So that's the new one. It's still not great, but things are getting better. Old versus new. The textures, again, a little bit more detail. Now it's an I-beam instead of just a square beam. The windows are actually transparent. They changed the shape of the windows a little bit, but they're actually a little bit more transparent. Tower definitely took a step forward. More ground clutter, more detail. This was another neat one that I noticed. Real airplanes. Look at this. Real airplanes. Qantas, Qatar, KLM, United, instead of just generic Microsoft Flight Simulator Airlines, Asobo Airlines. Real airlines. That's a huge step up by itself right there. And then look at the pavement down here. It looks kind of dirty and broken down and cracked. Just a little more realistic. Just kicking it up a notch. Kicking it up a notch is what we're doing here. And that's the end of the airports as well. But I'm enthusiastic for MSFS 2024. I think there's going to be some great changes coming up. I think it's going to make for some really neat stuff. And here we go. We're going right over Boston here. Right over, sorry, not Boston, Buffalo here on our way. There's Toronto over there. But yeah, really kind of it's going to do some neat stuff, I think. I definitely, I am, what can I say? I'm excited for 2024. I want to see, of course, everything. And I need a new video card to do it because they have the ideal specs. And this is kind of, was crazy here. Let's see if I can find it here. Specs for flights in 2024. What are the spec requirements for Microsoft 2024? There we are. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, FS Elite. Recommended. So minimum Windows 10, DirectX 12 for everybody. And so the minimum NVIDIA Intel, we're looking at an i7-6800 with a GTX 970. So my 1060 will still run this sim according to this. And I think I'm on i7-9700, I believe. Or is it i9-9700? I can't honestly remember. But anyways, it's I'm definitely meeting that one. I'm definitely exceeding that. VRAM 4 gigabytes. I think that's what I've got in the card. I think that's what's in the 1060. It might not even be in the 1060, so I might not even meet that requirement. RAM 16 gigabytes. I've actually got 32, which is good. And storage 50 gigabytes. This is noticeably low. That storage amount is noticeably low. Bandwidth 10 megabytes for the min. 50 to 100 is recommended. Wow. 100 megabytes is a recommended internet connection speed. How many games do you know that recommend your internet connection speed and have a minimum spec for your internet connection speed? But it's because of this 50 gigabyte install. Everything, all this data outside is going to be streamed to your computer. Let's see here. Recommended RTX 2080 with an i7-107 with 8 gigabytes of VRAM, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and 50 gigabytes. And then the ideal system is running an i7-14700 RTX 4080. What's going on? Whoa, what's going on? Oh, yeah. All right. Autopilot. Why is Autopilot 2 flying? Did I click Autopilot 2? I must have clicked Autopilot 2. Autopilot 1. 1FT2 auto thrust. I have control. ECAM actions. Green hydraulic reservoir low level. All right, and it does look like we have lost all of our green hydraulic fluids. So, PTU off, hydraulic, PTU off, green engine 1 pump off, hydraulic, green engine 1 pump off, green reservoir low level, green engine 1 pump low pressure, green system low pressure, clear hydraulic. Clear hydraulic. And status. No, actually, we don't have status yet. Sorry, my bad. We're on wheel. So wheel page. So we've lost the green hydraulic system. We've lost all the fluid out of the green hydraulic system, which means we have now lost, let's see here, spoilers 1 and 5. And spoilers 1 and 5. We've lost nose wheel steering. We've lost normal braking. We've lost auto brake. So no auto brake, no normal brake. We do have alternate brake, and we have no nose wheel steering, and we have no spoilers 1 and 5. Clear wheel. Clear wheel. And flight control, I think, is going to say the same thing here. We've lost green system from everything, so we've lost redundancy from all of our major flight control systems. All the flight controls do function, except for spoilers 1 and 5 have been taken offline with the failure of the green system. Clear flight control. Clear flight control, and then their status. Status. All right, so stop ECAM. So we're just going to take a moment here to say, can we do any resets? Well, we can't reset a hydraulic system if there's no fluid left in it. That doesn't do us any good, so no resets. No resets. No engine relays at this time, and no outstanding procedures, so continue the ECAM. All right, continue the ECAM. So here we come down to the status page. And so we have landing gear, procedure, apply. I'm just going to see if I can get even closer just to make it clear, crystal clear to read this here. Landing gear, gravity extension. So we've lost the green system, so we've lost landing gear control. So we're going to have to do gravity extension when the time comes. Landing distance procedure, apply. We're going to have to do a landing distance procedure because we have an abnormality that affects our landing distance. Slats and flaps slow. Cat 2 only. Inoperative system, so we've lost the green hydraulics. We know that. Spoiler 1 and 5, we saw that. No Cat 3s. We've lost nose wheel steering, normal brake, and auto brake. We've lost landing gear retraction. Reverser 1, green engine 1 pump and yaw damper 1. So the ones that really have an impact on the landing distance are the fact we've lost the auto brake. We can still use manual brakes with the yellow system, and we've lost reverser 1. So this is going to make life a little bit interesting here. All right, so we've lost the green hydraulic system. We can remove status. So the ECAM actions are complete. All right, so we've done the ECAMs. There's no OEBs regarding the hydraulic system. So the first decision is it a time or a no time situation? So right now we've got time on our hands. The airplane's still flying. The autopilot's still engaged. The flight controls are still working with the remaining systems. We can still continue to fly. There was no land ASAP message, so the airplane considers it suitable to continue. There's no land ASAP message. The airplane considers it suitable to continue. Yeah, a real failure. Who would have thought, huh? So we have a couple of options. We can either go forwards, we can go backwards, or we can go sideways. Going back to Boston does not seem like it's probably necessary at this time. We're definitely not halfway. We have 12 tons of fuel in the tank. We could definitely continue. On. We could go back, but I just don't see a need to at this point in time. And likewise, I really don't see a need to defer. We can continue on to our destination. The real issue is going to become when we get to our destination, because we're going to have to do manual gear extension. We're going to have to do manual gear extension. We're going to have to do a landing distance calculation because we have an in-off reverser, and we also have lost nose wheel steering. So we're going to need a tow off the runway, which I've done this before actually, which is it can be fun. So you can do this in the simulator, because as long as you get a good pushback as long as you get a good tow interface. So I have pushback helper, and you can set a speed, and you can go forwards and turn using pushback helper and tow your airplane all the way to the gate. So we can do that. So we're not going to be able to steer when we get on the ground in Denver. We're going to have to get towed off the runway, but we can tow ourselves to the gate. So I think we'll plan on that. We can tow ourselves to the gate. Yeah, we have long runways in Denver. I could run the landing calculations now, but those runways in Denver are about as long as a runway gets. So if anything, continuing on is probably the best option. Right now, we're still a little bit above max landing weight, so diversion right now is not really in the cards. I mean, we could land over weight if we wanted to, but right now we're still about we're still just over a ton over max landing weight. So this is not a dire emergency that really requires us to land over weight, so I don't think there's any point in us landing nearby. So Toronto just went by out the right side there. I can see YYZ there on the ND, but I don't think there's any need to continue to divert to Toronto. Up ahead we have Detroit, Chicago. We've got major airports, but Denver is also a major airport. It is it's likely we'll be able to get maintenance there. I don't know if we have a full-on maintenance base. But I'm sure that it is a base for a number of airlines, so I have no doubt that we could probably get some mechanics and get this airplane worked on. So I don't see any reason not to continue to Denver at this point. That being said, we can always consult with the company too and see what the company wants to do. So at this point, the airplane is still flying safely. We can continue on, consult with the company. So I think my choice right now is that right now my preference is to continue to Denver unless some other information presents itself. At this point, there's no need to notify ATC. It's not going to make any material impact to our flight right now. The airplane is still flying perfectly normal. So we will need to notify ATC as we approach Denver just to let them know that we're going to stop on the runway and get a tow off. That's where we're going to need to notify ATC. So we'll let them know when we start talking to Denver Center, but at this point, there's not even any point talking to them. Back end. Yeah, we could talk to the back end. We will have to talk to the back end because of the fact we're going to stop on the runway and the fact that, yeah, we're going to get towed in. So the passengers are eventually going to be aware that something went wrong. The flight attendants are going to be eventually aware that something went wrong. So we will need to talk to them eventually. Company is the other one. And that's where this could actually take a different turn. So this would be the time where you lean into the ACARs and just send a message to company and tell them what's happened. So let's see here. Sorry, I got distracted by something there. Yeah, so let's send them an ACARS message. We'll tell them in cruise, green hydraulic system fluid has leaked away, and the green system has failed. Would you like us to continue to Denver or divert? And see what they say, because the company may have the dispatcher may have a different take on things depending on where they know they can get maintenance. They may ask you to divert to a place like Chicago. They may even ask you to turn around and go back to Boston, which we could do. We have plenty of fuel. We haven't passed the equal time point yet. We've got lots of fuel in the tank, so we could go back to Boston if we had to, or divert to New York or something like that. So there are other decisions. As far as safety is concerned, I would say that it is perfectly safe to continue to Denver. As far as the commercial ramifications of this failure are concerned, I don't know what they are, and I'm not necessarily, as the captain, paid to think about all the commercial ramifications. That's why we have a dispatch system. That's why we have an operations control. Is they can look at this and say, okay, what are the downline impacts of this failure? Can we get this airplane fixed in Denver? Should we divert somewhere where we have better maintenance? If we have to divert somewhere for better maintenance, are there options to get our passengers to Denver from that location? Do we have other airplanes available to us? So those are the kind of things that would happen in the operations center that would be unseen to the pilots. Pilots would not know that something had necessarily the substance of these discussions, but they would hear the outcome or the recommendation, and the recommendation might be, yeah, we would like you to divert to Chicago. We're going to get the airplane fixed there because we have mechanics there. You know, or they may say, yeah, continue to Denver, and unfortunately it's going to put the airplane offline. The return flight's going to be canceled. There's nothing more we can do about it. We'll have to reaccommodate people somewhere else. You know, Denver's not a JetBlue hub, so it's pretty far out there. It'd be a pretty tough station to get an extra airplane to, depending on the nature of the fleet too. Most airlines will have, generally, and it depends on the size of the airline, but they'll generally have one or two aircraft that are extra in the schedule, ready to cover AOGs, aircraft that are stuck on the ground. Whether or not those have already been disposed of for the day is also sometimes factors into the decision making. So, you know, is there a spare airplane and a spare crew to fly it, or was the spare airplane already used because something else already broke today? So airlines will usually have a spare airplane. They won't usually have a lot of them. And it depends on the size of the airline, but an airline like JetBlue, I'd imagine, would have one or two spare airplanes at any point in time. The other thing they can always ask, too, is there any airplane we can repurpose? So is there a flight with a light load that we can cancel and repurpose the airplane? Is there, you know, if we kind of compress the schedules, can we get room for an extra flight out of an airplane? Is there an airplane that's in maintenance that's something where we could button it up pretty quickly and get it back on the line pretty quickly and finish the maintenance another day? It's something that's, you know, preventative maintenance that's being done, but maybe we can finish the maintenance early and defer some of it till later. Not outside of any limits or anything, but just can we defer some of it later? So, yeah, lots of possibilities. So right now, I'm going to say we continue. I don't see any reason not to. Let's just do a fuel check here now as we pass the next waypoint, and we'll talk to the company. We'll get their opinion on it. If they like it, we'll just carry on here. So looks like we're about to pass Durlow here. So let's get my flight log up here and just make sure that everything is hunky-dory as we approach Durlow here. There's Durlow. All right, how far are we from Durlow? We're still 18 miles away. We need to be probably a little bit closer before we do this position check here. And did Chicago stay online? I would not be surprised if at some point Chicago is gone before we get there. Nope, they're still online right now. So we're getting there. Oh, that's funny. That JetBlue that left ahead of us, 11:33, I'm just looking at him on there. He also is going west. He's going as far as San Francisco. He's probably about 50 miles ahead of us, going to San Fran instead of Denver. It's a log flight as well. All right. Ooh, well, that kind of, I won't say it got the blood pumping there, but it was definitely something to think about. And it's something we'll definitely have to keep in mind for the rest of our flight, is what are they going to be the implications for the rest of our flight, and definitely for the arrival. We do have a company message waiting for us. It's probably nothing. JetBlue Ops, ADC. They want delay coding. If I have chance, I'll do it. Just waiting for this waypoint here so I can do a little check and just make sure we're still kind of on target. Just wait until we get to the point to check the time. Alright, check the time and the fuel. I'm going to guess the fuel's pretty much stable where it is. I don't think it's going to go kind of round down at this point. I don't think it's going to get any lower. So we're going to say 11.8 here at Durlo, which is actually bang on the plan. So that's better than we were doing before. We were 200 below the plan. So bang on the plan. And I don't think we're going to probably pass Durlo before the next minute elapses. So 15:19 at Durlo. We are falling behind here. We've got a wind that is much stronger than forecast. We have fallen behind. Unless I did my math wrong. $18.20. Yeah, the longer we go here. And why are we going so slow? Like, this is the other thing that kind of is boggling me right now is we're showing 7.6, Mach 7.6, but I don't think we're supposed to be doing Mach 7.6. We're supposed to be doing Mach 8.0. But the cost index for some reason, so I'm actually going to bump it up here. That's why we're falling behind on the time. That's probably why I made some gas back, but it's very smooth. There's no reason not to. For some reason, the cost index at 7.6, and that just does not jive to me as well. Into a headwind, doing Mach 7.6 just doesn't make sense to me. Cost index 100, going into a headwind, it should be giving you maximum speed. You should be doing Mach 8.0, maybe even Mach 8.1 at cost index 100, but definitely Mach 8.0 at least. The fact that it seems to settle here at Mach 7.6 is a bit odd. It's a bit odd, and that's probably why we lost 4 minutes already. So let's see if even just putting it to that hasn't made a difference to the bottom line yet, but we'll see what happens. Okay, anyways, good thing I did that check, because that kind of really brought some sense to that. All right, what else can we talk about? I mean, I've been so busy, I really did not have a chance to do a whole lot more research on things to talk about on our stream here. Yeah, I'm just trying to think what else has come up recently. And I can't think of anything too much. I mean, just going outside today. Wow, what a difference! What a difference a couple days make. Last week was still really quite nice, really quite pleasant. Still feeling like the tail end of summer. And then, my gosh, today it was 6 degrees when I woke up this morning, and sent the kids off to school. And it's only supposed to get up to like about 20. But boy, the nights have cooled off. Fall is definitely here. Summer really kind of stuck around till the end, but then boy did fall really kind of suddenly just show up. And actually, it's funny, I'd say that now and I think about it, and you know, like certainly where, you know, the part of Canada I live in, summer definitely kind of was sticking around a couple of extra weeks. That being said, I went to work, and I have to say that I probably set a new personal best, the earliest in the season that I ever had to de-ice, because on the last day of summer I had to go and get de-iced because of the amount of frost that was on our aircraft, because where we parked overnight it was 1 degree and the airplanes were frosty. So already got my first de-icing of the season out of the way, which it's just crazy. Like I think last year or the year before I de-iced in October, and I said, oh, this is early. But no, last day of summer, September 20th, I de-iced. It was it's laughable. It's laughable. And the funny thing is, like, we haven't even gotten like our winter ops training yet or anything. Like, we normally get winter ops training sometime in late October, early November, and it's like by then most of the guys, probably about half the people have already probably de-iced once by the time you get to that point in time. Maybe not in the main hubs, but certainly in the major outstations. There's plenty of major outstations where it can get cool at night, and maybe you're not dealing with snow itself, but you're dealing with frost. And so yeah, we already did it. Already de-iced. Got it out of the way once for the year, so already start to feel like I kind of know what I'm doing there already. Yeah, it was just defrosting, but still, it blew me away. And my first thought when I saw that is like, oh, I wonder if the de-icing facilities are open yet, because literally the day before we taxied past another de-ice facility at a different airport as we were departing, and we saw them training. We saw them spraying water on the practice airplane, the one that's got no engines on it, but just the practice airplane that they have parked that they parked next to the icing bay. I saw them doing their training, practicing spraying on there. And I was thinking to myself, yeah, I guess it's that time of the year where we got to start getting ready for this. Little did I know that the next morning we'd actually be going through the motions for real. So when I called them up that morning to tell them we were going to come over for the ice, and there was about a 60-second pause before they actually picked up the radio and answered, I was like, I wonder if anybody's working. I wonder if they've hired guys for the season yet to do de-icing, and I wonder if anybody's coming in the mornings to actually sit here and be ready to do de-icing. And I guess probably they saw that the temperature was getting cold and there was a good chance of frost, so they probably were ready for it and thinking ahead about that. But it was one of those things where, like, I had that moment where I'm like, what if they're not ready, and what if we have to just wait till the sun comes up and point the airplane into the sun and just wait for the frost to melt the old-fashioned way? And hope that that's not the case. But like it was one of those moments where it's like, I hope they're ready and they have the equipment set up already and people on shift, because boy did we need it. And everyone was calling that morning. Everyone was calling for tactile inspections. It's like, yeah, we don't need a tactile inspection. We can see it's frosty here. You're going to the icing bay. There's no doubt. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. And then the one other interesting thing that happened to me wasn't last weekend, but the weekend before was a long day, doing 4 legs back to back to back to back, out and back, out and back. So that was going to be a long day right off the bat. So we first 2 legs went okay, and then we got into the 3rd leg, and we pushed off the gate, started taxiing, and as we started taxiing, we heard this clunk, and we're like, we know that sound. That's the sound of a power transfer happening in a 320. And sure enough, about 2 seconds later, bing, you get a light, and the generator has clunked offline. I think it was generator 2 had gone offline. And we're like, oh, this is not going to go well. And we were... because it's one of those things where, like, you look at it, it's like, yeah, that if there's one reset. If you get the generator fails in this airplane, you reset it once and see if it works. So you just simply cycle the switch up there, off, and back on again, see if it comes back online. So, of course, that's what the ECAM tells you to do. Turn it off, turn it on, see if it comes back. Didn't come back. No, not surprisingly, it didn't come back. So at that point, it's a pretty major failure. A generator's a pretty major failure in any airplane. So, yeah, that ended up being us going back to the gate, and that added a big, long chunk of time to our day. And we were tight for the day. We had, I think, about an hour to spare on the day to begin with, because we had a very early start, so we had a shorter day. We had an 11-hour day, 11-hour duty day limit, and, yeah, with the 4 legs, we didn't have a whole lot of time to spare. I think we had about an hour, maybe an hour and a half to spare. But yeah, this quickly put us into a bad place. We're like, yeah, we're probably not going to make it out and back again in one go. But we went back to the gate because that's what we had to do. We had to go back to the gate, call maintenance, and this is one of those things too that just bugs me a little bit is communication. When communication doesn't happen, it's so frustrating. You're trying to make plans, you're trying to gather information, and you need good communication. So we called maintenance. They came out, and the guy came in the flight deck. It's like, what happened? Okay, yeah, no, the generator went offline. He's like, okay, and then he disappeared. And we're like, okay, well, he's doing something. He's going to try and fix something. You know, I don't know what he's trying to do. And then we didn't get any more information for about 30 minutes. And then about 30 minutes later, we're like, okay, like, what's going on? So we called, I forget who we called. I think we called maintenance. I think we called the maintenance station there, and they're like, oh yeah, he's just writing up the MEL. He'll be done in 5 minutes. It's like, oh, okay, so we are MELing this. It's not a fix. It's an MEL, because once we go back to the gate, like, everything is wiped from the memory. Like, we've got to reset everything. We've got to reprogram everything. Like, we need 25. We've done it once already, so maybe we could do it in 20 minutes. But we need time to do this. Like, you've got to tell us what the plan is so we can make a plan. Like, we don't know. Like, man, we were like wondering, like, are they going to try and fix the airplane now? Are they going to take it offline and swap it with another airplane? Are they going to send us with the MEL? Are they going to fix it? Like, what's the deal? But, like, nobody tells you anything, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, yeah, you guys are good to go. It's like, while we're not good to go, though, because nobody's telling us. And this is one of those things that just bugs me, is like communication. It's so important in every business. Sharing your information, telling people, this is what we're doing, this is what our plan is, make your plans accordingly. And so often, that doesn't happen. People just assume you know what's going on. I guess it'd be very frustrating. So that was about a half an hour delay. There's a bunch of things. If you do the MEL for the generator, you can MEL a generator in an A320, but you've got to run the APU the whole flight to. You got to run the APU the whole flight to provide a second source of electrical power in the airplane at all times. You don't want to have the second generator fail and then wait for the APU to start. You want to have 2 generators online at all times, so if one fails, you still got a backup that's running. But the one requirement, of course, is that for every subsequent flight of this airplane, you have to have maintenance come and check the APU oil level manually before you depart. So we have to shut down the APU. They've got to check it and make sure that the APU is functional. And the other thing we got to do is we got to do an AC bus test. So if you go in here into the AC buses, if you can imagine that Gen 2 is offline, the APU is supplying AC2, what you basically got to do with the bus test is you've got to bring each generator offline separately and make sure that all the buses remain powered. So it starts off with, once the APU is online, you turn off Gen 1 as well and make sure that the AC transfers power and powers both all the AC buses and all the DC buses. Then you put the generator back online, then turn the APU generator off, and make sure again that the generator that's online powers all the buses. So you want to make sure all the bus power transfers happen correctly, because now you're getting a little bit more precarious with your power sources. So we have to do that check as well. So all these things take time once the engine's up and running. But then the other thing too, of course, is that we needed more gas, because we had to run the APU the whole time. You got to have a little bit more gas for that. We burned too much fuel just on the taxi out and the taxi in, that we were already basically below the minimum fuel, because they had when they plan these shorter flights, they plan them really skinny for some reason. But very little additional fuel. So you take one small delay of 15 or 20 minutes and boom, your extra fuel is gone. And that's exactly what happened. We've done all that. So then they came to finally fuel us, and we had to call the mechanic back a third time. We'd already called him back a first time before we left. The second time for the generator, we had to call him back a third time, because when the fueler came, something must have glitched when the generator went offline, because the fuel panel would not power at all in the airplane. And it's like, it's just one more thing adding on. And you're like, we just need this gas. We just need to get out of here. Like, if we don't leave now, we're not going to have enough time to get the return flight done, which was basically where we ended up. By the time the mechanic came, he tried like a half dozen times resetting the electrical power to the panel, could not get the panel to power up. So the trouble was that the valves are controlled by the panel. So if the refueling panel doesn't come on, then the valves don't open to let the fuel into any of the tanks. So no matter how much the fueler tries to push fuel into the system, these valves are closed. There's no fuel going into any of the tanks. So I don't know how we eventually managed to get it to manually open up all the valves, but it did eventually manage to manually open up the valves and fill the tanks. Not fill them, but put the fuel in there that we needed. But that added another additional 30-minute delay after we thought we were ready to go. So it was almost an hour and a half from the time we went back to the gate before we got going again. That was it. That was the end of our day. Did not have enough time to do the return leg, which was just frustrating. Because you're trying to get these things done, but it's like at the same time, like we were thinking about it, and we said, can we do it? And then like this is a long day. Like 4 legs is a lot of work in a day now. The cruise phase of flight is relatively easy. You can do 5 or 6 hours in cruise, and it's a lot less wear and tear than if you're doing 4 legs back to back, short legs, constantly setting up a departure, setting up an arrival, constantly briefing, constantly working. And not that I mind working, but it's tiring. It is really tiring. And on that leg back out, because we come back to the gate and because of the time it was, like, I found myself making, not stupid mistakes, but I found myself making mistakes. I found myself doing things that I knew I wasn't supposed to do. But just my brain, I was getting distracted by other things. ATC was providing a lot of instructions, really kind of making issues for us, and so I'll admit that I got a little bit behind the airplane at times, and I was trying to play catch up a little bit with ATC, trying to get us to slow down super early and everything else. It did not go well, and I could feel myself like I'm not working at 100% for sure. I'm trying not to make mistakes, and between the two of us, we managed to land the airplane safely and get to the gate safely. It was fine, but you can tell when you're at that point where, like, I'm starting to make stupid choices and stupid mistakes because I'm just drained. I'm just drained. And then they're like, yeah, you guys want to fly back still, right? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I am in no condition to fly this airplane back again. I am making mistakes, and the mistakes I'm making right now are relatively benign, but the longer we do this, we put another hour and a half, almost 2 hours of work into this day. I'm going to be making some very bad mistakes by the end of that next 2 hours. So, yeah, we pulled the plug on it. It's unfortunate. That's not a choice you want to make, but at the same time, you have to be ready to say this is just not safe for us to continue operating beyond the limit of this day. I got up that morning at 3:15 a.m. and by this point, it was like 4 p.m. Or 3 p.m. and I'm just like, yeah, 4 p.m. And I was just like, I'm done. My brain is done. I can't muster enough cognitive resources to go and do a whole nother leg. So, yeah, we pulled the plug in Montreal. They had to find another airplane with another crew because we just couldn't do it. And that's unfortunate. It's not what I want to do, but I have to be honest with myself. It's like I'm not helping anybody by going and doing this job when I'm tired, when I'm exhausted, when I'm at the end of my day. I'm not helping anybody if I try to do the job in that condition. I don't think anybody wants to do the job in that condition. So you've got to recognize when you reach that point and say, I am too tired to continue. I need to pull the plug. I need to stop. You need to find somebody else to do this job who's not tired, who hasn't been up since 3:15 in the morning. But it was a little bit interesting. Like we kind of knew something was before even the ECAMs popped up. We heard that generator changeover, and we're like, that's odd, because the generator changeover, this simulator does not do it justice. Especially in any airplane that's more than about 5 years old, there's the sound of those relays of those generators clunking over. It's a massive clunk that happens right behind you in the flight deck. You hear it. It's impossible to miss it. So you know it's coming. You're like, that's weird. There shouldn't be a power transfer just after we started taxiing. There should be no power transfer happening at that point. And sure enough, 2 seconds later, boom, there goes all the ECAMs and everything. All right, coming up to Flint, Michigan. We're not quite in Chicago's airspace yet, but we're getting close. What is the frequency for Chicago Center? Chicago 35 Center, 3487. 3487. I'm going to bring it up now. And I'm going to call him in probably about 5 to 10 minutes here. All right, now we reached Flint. We've reached the end of our airway now. We got a long time before our next point. So I think what I'll do is I'll do another fuel time check here, just because I want to see if this is actually having an impact now that we've gone up to Mach 80 after we passed these couple of waypoints here. So in the last 25 minutes, are we falling behind or are we catching up now? And I think we're now staying even. It looks like this says 1537 in here. 1537 would be 4 minutes behind. So I think we're even now. I don't think we're falling behind, but yeah, I think we're going to keep that 4 minutes behind schedule for the rest of the flight here. Just kind of waiting and watching for this to happen. What are the odds we'll have Denver Center online by the time we get to Denver? It's not inconceivable. Denver's another center that does come on a fair bit, and if not center, the arrival, the tower or the terminal controller might come online. There's definitely quite a lot of people that work there, so. All right, we got 2 miles to go here. Can we do it in 15 seconds? Well, I can do the fuel right now anyways, and it looks like it is going to be a solid 10.9, so we're not losing gas now. We're pretty much right on the plan for fuel here, same as before. And there we go. We got 1530. I'm going to call it 1536 even and say we made back a minute maybe. Dubuque at 1622. Yeah, that'd be about 3 to 4 minutes behind. That's very reasonable. Yep. Okay. So I think we solved the mystery. I don't know why the cost index was flying us at Mach 7.5, 7.6 when it should have been flying us at Mach 8.0. But there we go. What a nice day though. Overall, no hurricanes or anything out there today. That was pretty impressive to watch that hurricane, and I did get to fly through kind of just the outer fringes of it. I wouldn't want to tackle the middle of it, but that hurricane was quite impressive for some of the statistics of the amount of rain that got dropped. And this is I think this is a new world reality that we're going to begin to face, is that these hurricanes, not only are getting more intense in terms of wind velocity and size, but just the sheer volume of moisture. So there was a news site that had an article that said that Hurricane Helene had dropped 40 trillion gallons of water on the southeast U.S. 40 trillion gallons of water. That would, and so then they tried to put that into perspective, because it's you know, when you start talking in trillions and billions, human beings just can't conceive these numbers. Can't even begin to conceive these numbers. So as I try to zoom out a little bit here and spot it, so the perspective that they put this into was they filled Lake Tahoe. So if I can find Lake Tahoe, is this Lake Tahoe? Which one's Lake Tahoe? It's one of these two lakes. Sorry. No, that's Pyramid Lake. This has got to be, yeah, that's Lake Tahoe. So, yeah. So they, yeah, anyways, yeah, this is Lake Tahoe here. But basically, that was the comparison they used. They said enough water fell on the entire southeast U.S. to completely fill Lake Tahoe, or to fill Lake Mead and Lake Powell. So this is Lake Mead, and I believe, where'd you go? And I believe this is Lake Powell here, or is this, yeah, this is Lake Powell here. So Lake Powell and Lake Mead, which are also two very well-known reservoirs, basically the amount of water that fell on the southeast U.S. in like about a 2 to 3 day period could have filled both of these lakes combined twice, or all of Lake Tahoe once. Like and they're small lakes, like, but that's also the depth. It's not just about the square footage of the lake, but it's also about the depth of the lake. Lake Tahoe, I think, has like a maximum depth of like 1,900 feet. So yes, it's across a large area, but the amounts of water that fell were just like unprecedented. I think it said in Asheville, it was something like 24 inches of rain fell in like 2 days. And like their 100-year flood is like a 6-inch rainfall in a single day. That's considered their 100-year flood, or even their 500-year flood. And like, so this was just went like leaping like way past like what the 100-year flood. And most cities don't design their infrastructure to even survive a 100-year flood. Like they design it to get by the 10-year floods, and then the 100-year flood is like, well, you know, we'll do what we can with it, but we're going to assume that it's going to overwhelm us. But it's only going to happen once every 100 years, so it's okay. But like these 100-year floods are happening now, you know, they're happening on an almost annual basis in some of these places. Now, North Carolina, like they got a level of rain that has never been seen before, I think, in North Carolina in recorded history. And it's just absolutely devastating to look at some of these pictures and see like these towns that are completely cut off, these hospitals, this hospital that was just completely flooded out by a river and had to be evacuated through the roof because the river's just completely leapt off their banks. But that's, you know, when you get this volume of rain falling in mountainous terrain, that's it. It's just got to go down. It's got to find the valleys, and it's going to, wherever there's a valley, that valley's going to fill with rain. So you get, you know, a foot of rain across a whole area. But then if you then compress that rain into 10% of the space because it's flowing to the bottom of the valleys, all of a sudden now you've got, you know, you've got 10 feet of extra water in that area. So it's just incredible to watch the amounts of rain and the devastating impact on the infrastructure in some of these places. Is just, it's going to be with them for a long time. But it's forcing us to really kind of rethink, like, so much of what we take for granted, you know, and you look at like the insurance industries in Florida especially, and the Big Bend has now been hit like twice in 2 years with major hurricanes. I think Hurricane Helene was officially the strongest hurricane. I think it's the first Category 4 hurricane to ever make landfall along the Big Bend region here. And what was it? Adelia last year was Category 3, I think, when it hit the same basic area. I forget exactly where it hit, but the same basic area of Florida. So, and these places just keep getting nailed, and you say, okay, you know, it happened once, you know, that was a one-off. This apparently Tenachi, this little village right here, this little town right here, apparently has been pretty much almost wiped off the map by this storm. You know, and it happens once, and you're like, okay, you know, that was unfortunate. It was Mother Nature. What can you do? We'll rebuild it. And we'll rebuild our lives and everything. And then a year later, the same thing happens again, even worse. And you start to say, like, there's towns here where like people just don't want to live anymore. Even apparently the Tampa real estate market is beginning to collapse because people are just trying to get out, especially along the shorelines. People are just trying to get. They're just trying to get out. They're trying to sell their house for whatever they can make with it, and people don't want to buy in this area because these houses are so flood prone, and insurance won't even cover a lot of the houses, especially along the shorelines or any low-lying areas. Insurance just won't even cover it, and we're getting to this kind of this critical mass where the insurance companies they have to be profitable. They have to, you know, they have to take in as much money as they're paying out. You know, they're not an endless resource, and if the risk factor is too high in these areas, then then the rates have to go up to cover that cost. And if people can't keep up with it, then they either have to cancel their insurance, cut back on what their insurance covers. Either way, putting themselves at an incredible risk. So the next time a hurricane does roll through, and it's not a question of if in Florida, it's a question of when the next hurricane comes. If it's big enough and it floods out your house and you had to cancel your insurance because you can't afford to pay the premiums that are $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a year now, climate change is coming quickly, and it's beginning to really have an impact on America, but it's not in the obvious ways. It's not in the immediate like death toll ways, although this hurricane had a pretty substantial death toll, but it's in the impact it's having on people's lives and destroying entire families, like their financial well-being. Like if you don't insure your house and then your house is destroyed, like you pay a lot of money for a house, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then it's just obliterated if you can't afford the insurance. But you can't afford the insurance because the insurance is $10,000 a year. Like these are the kind of impacts that are beginning to really start to play out. Is like, what is the future? How do we help people rebuild their lives? Chicago Center, very good morning. It's JetBlue 993, flight level 340.
JetBlue 993, Chicago Center, good morning. Radar contact, flight level 340.
Thank you. Here we go.
697, Crossfire at 9,000. I'd maintain 9,000, sorry.
Crossfire at 9,000, maintain 9,000, American 697.
I hate that all the audio gets quiet when I really hate when all the audio gets quiet when there's voice communication. Stop tuning out the rest of my audio. I've balanced it the way I like it. You don't have to turn the rest of it down, and I really hate that happens. And Windows settings app has just gotten absolutely terrible. And I even have the setting here, and I can see it. When Windows detects communications activity, mute all other sounds, reduce volume of other sounds by 80%, 50%, do nothing. I have do nothing, and it still silences everything else when there's a voice communication coming in. It's very frustrating. There's nothing else you can seem to be able to do, unfortunately. I hate Windows settings app now. It's all slick and it looks really good, but there's almost no settings in it. There's no point in having a settings app if there's no settings in it. It's like all you can do is change devices and volume. It's like there's a whole bunch more settings than that. And I did read an interesting suggestion that one person had, one tech columnist had, and that is have a have a user level setting overall for the settings app. So at the very base of the settings app, have an app that lets you turn on basic options, advanced options, expert options. Maybe have 3 tiers. And so basic options is just that. It's just a setting app with just here's your volume, here's your output devices. That's it. That's all you need to worry about. That's all the basic user will probably need to do. But then have like advanced one that lets you see some of these more in-depth ones, and then have like an expert one that lets you get into the drivers. And modify driver settings as you feel is appropriate. But this whole settings app, that it's targeted at the lowest common denominator, I don't want to insult anyone, but at the most inexperienced rookie Windows user. That's what the settings app is targeted at, and that's not good for the more advanced level users who want to be able to get in and tweak more advanced settings and find more advanced settings and hide them from the basic users if you want to, but give other people access to that. And that's the problem with the settings app, is it's so like just Apple. It's like, here's 3 settings. Now we're going to make you feel like you actually have control over your operating system, when really you don't. Because we've hidden everything away that actually has real control, and here's just volume control. And that's all you need in settings, right? It's just volume control. It's all you need to control your audio devices is volume. That's the only thing you could ever want to ever change. The whole Apple philosophy of making everything overly simple, because it makes it look really slick. It makes it look really nice because we've only got a couple settings and little draggers, sliders, tap this and tap that. Drives me up the wall. And I'm more in the loss of control panel. Control panel, it may be old, but it's a darn good piece of software. It gets you right into the settings. It gets you right into everything. Settings is just an absolutely horrible app to try and look at and use, and it takes too long to load too. Control panel is such a nice, basic, simple app that it loads instantly. You just pop it open and it's there. Settings, it's always like it takes 10 seconds or 15 seconds for settings to load its whole user interface and make everything look pretty for the users. It's just, oh my god. Anywho. What else was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about the hurricanes, anyways. And there was an interesting article that was brought up in the when you're talking about the hurricane, when you're talking about hurricanes here, and providing people with funding to rebuild. And one of the problems with the way everything is set up in the U.S. and when people are granted money to rebuild their homes and everything, is the system that's set up requires you to build the same thing in the exact same place. We're only going to give you enough money to rebuild your house. We're going to give you enough money to rebuild your house, or we'll subsidize part of the rebuilding of your house if you build the same house in the same location, which just seems like folly.
American 697, turn left line 220, vectors Allison Bay 28 center approach.
It just seems like folly.
Left to 220, expect 27 center, American 697. Negative. 28 center, vectors ILS 28 center approach. Vectors for the 28 center approach, American 697.
I'm going to turn him down a little bit.
Thank you, and descend and maintain 7,000.
Because I don't think we're going to hear too much anyways.
Descend to 7,000, American 697.
So like the FEMA model in the U.S. was contrasted to the model that happens in the Netherlands, where when a building is flooded in the Netherlands, if you want government compensation for flooding, what the government will often do is they will buy out your property. If it's prone to flooding, they'll buy out your property rather than have to pay every year or 2 years or 5 years to rebuild your same house in the same place. What they do is if it seems like it's going to be prone to flooding again, they'll just simply give you the value for your house again. They'll buy the house, and no more houses will get built there. You'll have the money now to go move somewhere else. And it's unfortunate, and I'm not trying to be uncompassionate to people. I understand. Like I like the place where I live to a degree, and I certainly wouldn't want to move. I wouldn't want to be forced to move. I wouldn't want to take my kids and have to move to another part of the country or anything like that. But
stand by. What's the call sign again?
It seems like folly to pay people to rebuild the exact same thing in the exact same place over and over again, even if people wanted to move. FEMA does not allow that. FEMA only allows you to rebuild the same thing you had in the same place you lived before. And if you're in a place that's prone to floods, if you're living in an area that's vulnerable to hurricanes, it's going to probably get flooded out by hurricanes again and again and again, rather than giving you the money to say, hey, do you want to go move somewhere else? Here's the money your house was worth. We would have given you to rebuild your house. Why don't you go buy a house somewhere else that's not prone to flooding? That's not even an option. That's not even allowed. You are only allowed to rebuild the same thing in the same place, and so there's some folly to that. And we're maybe maybe we need to start shifting this North American mentality of we can beat back nature into maybe we need to really look at how are we going to adapt to nature. And yes, it's going to cost a lot of money to buy out whole villages and towns, you know, and compensate people and be able to provide them with the money to go and find a new place to live somewhere else. But it's folly to keep doing this over and over again every year. Here's another $200,000 to go rebuild your house. Oh, look, a hurricane happened the following year again. Here's $200,000 more. Oh, it happened again the next year. Here's
heading 220.
Here's $200,000 more. And this perpetual wagon wheel of this perpetual treadmill of just paying people off to rebuild the same thing in the same place.
66 Charlie Delta, your vehicle.
And I think in some cases people want that way out. Not everybody, but it should be an option. It should be an option. We should allow people. Okay, your house was burned by a wildfire, or your house was flooded out by a hurricane. We can pay you whatever, $200,000, $300,000 to rebuild it, or we can give you the money. We'll take possession of your home. You can take that money, go elsewhere, and buy another house. Maybe somewhere that's less flood prone. That's somewhere where you can afford the insurance premiums on your house. So I'm not saying force people to move, but give them choice. It's funny that sometimes America claims to be a place full of choices, but they only like to give you the choice as long as it's a choice we want you to make. Give people choices. Give people the ability to live in car-free cities. Some people would like that. A lot of people would actually like that. Sounds like a government's way to create an economy. Well, yeah, it's in the government's way to create an economy. It's also a way to create a multi-trillion-dollar national debt and deficit too, though. You can only pay so many times to rebuild. You look at what this hurricane's going to cost. I don't know if there's been any cost estimates yet, but you know, these once in a generation storms are happening on an annual basis now. Hurricane Helene to cost insurers $6.4 billion, according to an early estimate. But these multi-billion-dollar claims are happening on an annual basis now. It's not once every 10 years. It's not dead if they have no intention to pay. Wow, you have a great way of looking at the economy. Because I look at Canada, and our Canada is not doing necessarily that much better. We have different problems in our country, but we also have a large national debt problem that we just have no intention of ever paying off. I feel like an election's coming sooner than later. I don't know that the alternative is going to be much better because the Conservatives, I don't think, they don't want to really pay off the debt either. They just want to lower taxes, lower services, lower taxes, but not really tackle the debt itself. I feel like that's going to be their take on it. So we'll just keep carrying that debt. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever the interest payments on it, we'll just make the interest payments. It's fine. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into politics, but anyways, it was an interesting read. This was quite a few years ago I read this, but you know, it does seem like a fool's errand to just keep rebuilding the same thing in the same location and expecting a different result. It's just the basic definition of insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. And the trouble is that's becoming a larger and larger swath of North America. More and more of the shorelines.
7, turn right, heading 250, and join the runway 28 center low closer.
On both coasts, but especially on all three coasts, but especially on the East Coast and the Gulf Coast of the United States.
American 697.
It's looking, you know, more and more like these things are going to be regular occurrences. And how do you deal with it when insurance is not really a valid option anymore? When insurance is you know, insurance costs you every year what a new car costs. At that point, is it really going to be viable to live there? Is it worth living there, or do you just simply fix up your house yourself with whatever matchsticks and little bits of wood you can find lying around, because you certainly can't afford the real cost of rebuilding every time there's a disaster. I don't know. I don't pretend to know the solutions. I thought it was just an interesting point, though. Give people that choice. Let them buy out. Let them buy out if they decide they've had enough, they can't live there anymore. And there's people who want to. There are definitely people who want to. And there's unfortunately real estate markets that are collapsing in Florida because nobody wants to move there because the disasters are becoming so frequent. Easy for me to say from my comfortable house.
697, cleared ILS runway 28 center.
Easy to say when it doesn't impact you.
Cleared for the approach 28 center, American 697.
What else? What else has been happening lately that I can talk about? I don't even know. Cross the Pond, I guess, is coming up. Cross the Pond is coming up on October the 19th, I believe, and I believe it's the Eastbound Cross the Pond, so it's going from North America to Europe. So that's only like 3 weeks away. I'll probably do one more stream at least between now and then. But yeah, that's coming up slowly but surely. I don't know. I'm just trying to look at my schedule here. I would like to control. I've missed a bunch of Cross the Ponds lately, and this is one of the things that annoys me too, is that it's not very well announced ahead of time anymore. Like my schedule has to be planned out about 2 months in advance in order to have days off that I want, and that's not happening. Like the website was live and it said voting was open. It never even specified a date for a long time, which was very frustrating. I tried to look up the date in September and there was no date specified. It wasn't until sometime in like the middle of I think it was August I tried to look it up and there's no date specified. It was just like, oh, the airport voting's open. I'm like, okay, but when's the date? When's it actually happening? You've got to announce the date because people need this time off. So as it is now, I'm supposed to be working until 1:15 in the morning, which means I probably would not be in bed until about 2:30 in the morning. And then the idea of getting up at 6 in the morning to come online and control, I want to. Part of me wants to so badly, and maybe I can take like a second shift, because getting up at 6 in the morning when you're going to bed at 2:30 in the morning, it seems foolish. On so many levels. I will be a blithering idiot. I will not be able to handle the workload across the pond in that situation. But yeah, I'm getting very frustrated with a lot of things on the VATSIM network now. And this whole like concept of like, if you're not on Discord, you're not part of the network. That Discord is like an extension of the network, and you have to be always monitoring Discord to see what's happening every single year. I mean, and the other thing.
697, contact tower 12075. Bye bye. 2075. Thanks for the service, American 697.
The other thing I find I'm using on here too is that even on VATCAN's website, Cross the Pond is not even listed yet. It's not even listed on VATCAN's website. Like it seems like Discord is the only place where you're allowed to go and get information about stuff anymore, which is very frustrating because I find Discord is such a chaotic, disorganized thing to try and find information on. And the nice thing about websites is they're very static and organized. Number one thing you say about Discord is disorganization. I think Discord is, ironically, sometimes a very apt name. Yeah, anyways, so yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to control on that day. I do kind of want to. Yeah, and I think I'll probably be able to make like a second shift, but I just don't see myself getting up at 6 a.m. when I went to bed at 2:30 to do this. So unless something shifts in my schedule, and if I end up being even later than planned, yeah. I feel like I might just have to.
Sorry, Chicago Center will be closing up this morning or this afternoon. All aircraft changed to advisory frequency. Thanks for flying into VOAS. Very strong today.
Have a good one. Anyways, all right, so he's gone. So back to Unicom now. Yeah, that was fun for a little while. Any sign of Denver yet? No, no Denver? No, nobody? Nobody? Okay, nobody. Look at us, though. We have reached the ETP. We are halfway through our stream, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe a little bit more than halfway because it takes longer to get off the ground than it does to get on the ground. But we are halfway between Boston and Denver at this point in time, so we're getting there. And I've already run out of things to talk about, so please ask something, ask some questions, because I am kind of out of topics. Yeah, just lately my life has been hectic, spending a lot of time kind of in the books, doing a lot of studying and reviewing and things like that. So I find myself kind of running out of time to look up stuff ahead of time, to figure out ahead of time like what I can talk about when I get on stream. So yeah, I'm a little bit drawing a blank, so I'm very, if anybody's got anything they want to talk about, topics to suggest, I'm all ears. I'm just trying to think now. I'm trying to look and see if there's anything interesting in the last little while noted. The Fenix was updated once or twice. There was just a lot of enthusiasm for FS2024. And for me, again, it all comes down to what's the airplane support. That'll be the determining factor, and I'm looking forward to it. I am definitely looking forward to it, because I think I think it's going to be a good improvement. And if I can get a better video card with some more onboard memory, that kind of pushes me well above the minimum. If I can get something that pushes me kind of above the minimum, then I think it'll be. It'll be a nice, worthwhile improvement, but I also find it funny that there's actually a minimum internet connection speed for each tier now. So 10 megabytes per second is the absolute minimum recommended at any point in time to get probably things to download reasonably realistic. But I guess, and I wonder what the difference is. But I guess it's probably depending on your computer's ability, your graphics card's ability. I wonder if it'll be downloaded with different varying levels of detail. So, initially, wherever you boot up, you get a very rudimentary level of detail of that area, and then your sim is constantly trying to request more and more detailed versions within limits of all the area you're flying through. And depending, of course, on your internet speed, you may get the ultimate detail, or you may not get the ultimate detail if you don't. If the downloads can't happen fast enough to cover you, which also here's an interesting one to think about too. If you're flying high-speed aircraft, are you going to need a high-speed internet connection for that to work as well? If you're flying Concorde, or if you're flying the SR-71 and you're moving at multiple times the speed of sound and covering thousands of miles per hour, are you going to need a faster internet connection just to download the data fast enough on your route of flight? Interesting, anyways. It's very much a change in philosophy of sim data. We're not going to get you to download all the sim data ahead of time. We're going to get you to live stream it. Hopefully, one of the advantages I was thinking about this the other day, as I did 2 sim updates 2 days in a row, was hopefully this means kind of not the end, but definitely kind of approaching the end of sim updates. You're not going to be constantly, and not even world updates, but just like regular scheduled sim updates. If there's less and less content being stored on your computer, there'll be less and less of a need for your computer to download more content before you can get going. Because all the content is always being uploaded, downloaded dynamically from the server, so as long as the server's up to date, you're getting the up-to-date content all the time without having to constantly download it. So that will certainly be an advantage. But yeah, the only trouble with the system, and I think in the end, I think it's the only practical way to run this simulator with this level of detail. The only problem with it, and of course it's a problem, is what happens 10 years down the road when Microsoft decides to shut this down. It's going to be an experiment that's going to end one day. It's not going to be software in perpetuity. And I have some software that I've downloaded that I still use 15, 20 years later because it's good software at the time, and I haven't seen anything better come along. You know, the improvements to the software are so minimal that I feel like there's no need to download an update or pay for an update. It's funny that, like, I don't know if you guys can see this, but now I have you know, on my channel here in the chat window, it shows me who it thinks is a likely harasser restricted. So I'm not even sure if you guys are seeing this. Not published to chat. Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this, which is kind of nice. So there have been now, since I started this, there have been 3 people that have come in here offering, of course, cheap viewers at whatever. Yeah, so I guess you guys aren't even seeing this, but there's been 3. This is fairly new because it used to be like you'd see like a little warning or something, but like these people would come into your chat and they would just send these generic cheap viewer messages in your chat to try and get you to visit their website or whatever and pay for viewers or whatever on Twitch. But now it says likely harasser restricted, and the details, of course, is this account was created 22 hours ago. Or this account was created 21 hours ago. And so if someone has only created their account a brief period of time ago, 20 hours ago, with all these sort of weird random names, dental writing, smoldering something here, smoldering island, but all these people who are, you know, if the account is only 20 hours old, it's a good sign that it is probably a spam account. So that's good that it's actually screening it out so you guys don't see that at all. I'm still seeing it because I'm the... I'm still seeing it because it's obviously my channel, but I'm glad that you guys are not being subject to all these things. So it's good to see that Twitch is kind of picking up on monitoring and enforcing its policies against these people, because it's just frustrating to see these people coming and going from the channel all the time. So it's good to see that Twitch is kind of out there, is being a little bit more proactive in trying to mark down who's likely a spammer, and not allowing them to actually post to the chats. They're trying to post, and their posts are not being seen by anybody except for the channel moderators, which is good. I don't even want to see it. You know it's spammy. Oh, okay. Let's see how we're doing here. We have got 1810. We have got 2 hours to go still here on our way to Denver, and we did have 1 failure, but it's just not quite enough to make it fail completely to the point where I need to divert. So getting a little bit of a breakup in the clouds here. Where are we going over now here? So MSN, BYS, Rockford. That must be Rockford, Illinois right down there. I see a little airport off there in the distance. Yeah, I'm just debating when to take my break now. So I'm definitely going to need a break, as I always do on these longer flights. And I was almost kind of hoping that the failure would be a little bit more dramatic than that. I'm still getting used to some of these failures in the A320, and that is, I think that speaks volume towards the design of this airplane. That single points of failure, even a major failure like the loss of a hydraulic system, they're not game-ending failures in a 320. I've been playing quite a bit with the electrical faults as well lately. I've been doing all sorts of electrical faults, and no single bus fault really creates any kind of a bad situation in this airplane. The redundancy that exists on this airplane is such that anytime a single system fails, it's generally a non-issue. Yes, you might have to shut off some systems, like we had to shut off the PTU and the electric and the engine-driven pump because there's no fluid left in the system. You got to do a few things here and there. there are some implications, like it's not going to be a clean landing. There's going to be some problems, but the airplane keeps flying safely, and I think that really is the biggest thing, is that none of these single points of failure ever create an airplane that is unflyable, which is the way an airplane should be designed. There should be no single point of failure that and I'm looking at you, Boeing, in your MCAS system. No single point of failure that renders the airplane unflyable. And that's the way these things should be designed. Like I said, I've been playing with bus faults lately, and bus faults also create lots of interesting stuff. But because the one thing that was kind of interesting on here, and that I realized as I was playing with these bus faults, is these two flight control panels here. Why do we have half the flight control computers on one side and half on the other side? Why don't we organize it where they're all on one panel together? Why do we have two different separate flight control panels? And I realized as I was playing with the DC bus faults that these are the three computers that are on the DC Essential bus, and these are the three computers that are on the DC2 bus. So if you lose the DC2 bus, you're going to lose all these computers. If you lose the DC Essential bus, you're going to lose all these computers. So it's just organized like that. So you know which computers you're going to lose as soon as you as soon as the various bus faults occur. So there's so much well thought out logic to the layout of this panel here, and the diagrammatic nature of this panel. Like, you can see how everything's related. The yellow and the green system are linked by a PTU right here. We turned off the PTU, we turned off the green engine pump, so now this green system is completely isolated from the yellow system, which is still running off its engine pump. It also has an electric pump. Blue system has its own electric pump and can run off the Rattling. You don't necessarily need to memorize the layout of a system, because the layout of the system is right here on the overhead panel, right in front of you. It makes your life easier. You can focus more on the minutia and thinking the actual problem through, rather than trying to remember what the panel looks like. There's just so much clever stuff. But yeah, I've done DC bus faults because I've done bus faults in other airplanes, and bus faults in other airplanes have sometimes been quite substantial faults where you'll lose autopilot, you'll lose perhaps some of the display units. But the way the bus faults are set up in the 320, you barely even notice the fact that the first clue I had when I did the DC bus 1 fault was just that the DCDU went blank. As soon as this went blank, I was like, oh, that was weird, and then the bus fault message popped up a second later. But that's it. That's the only thing that went blank. Everything else just kept on working. When we had the DC2 bus fault, we lost this. We lost some indications. We lost oil pressure indications. We actually lost quite a few things with the DC bus 2. We lost a bunch of flight computers. What else did we lose? I think we lost reversers. We lost a bunch of stuff. DC bus 2 was a really interesting one. You lose a lot of stuff with DC bus 2. But again, nothing that I couldn't deal with. I still, even after doing that, I still continued to the destination, because there was nothing that precluded me from landing safely at the destination. So it's not until you start to get into dual faults that you really start to get into serious situations in the A320. Almost any time you start to get the dual failures, now you're starting to get into serious situations. So if you get dual hydraulic system failure, now you're into a very degraded mode of operation. You're going to start to lose some flight controls. You're going to start to lose potentially flats or flaps. Like, you start to get to a lot of flight control issues when you start having dual hydraulic failures. Dual bus faults will start to take away most of the redundancy from the system, and you may actually lose systems. Dual FCU failure, you lose the autopilot with that. Single FCU failure, you don't lose anything. You barely even notice it happened. But dual FCU failure, you lose the autopilot, you lose the auto thrust. You start to lose a lot of things when you start to lose 2 of anything. But with the redundancy in this airplane, losing 1 of anything is just a non-issue pretty much. Alright, I think we're coming up on the Mississippi there. I do see Dubuque coming up, so what I'm kind of thinking here is once we pass Dubuque, I think I'll step away. That'll put us, a little bit more than an hour and a half till touchdown. But even going Mach 8.0. But we'll do the fuel check there, and then I'll take a little lunch break, refill my coffee cup because that's empty. That's a good sign that I do need I do need a break is when my coffee cup is empty. And that's, in the real world, nobody can sit here for 4 hours. Well, maybe you can, Nick, but nobody else can sit here for 4 hours in the real world. You got to get up. You got to stretch your legs. You got to move around. And this flight deck, it is honestly one of the nicest flight decks. You could literally just stand up, and you might have to kind of just tilt your head ever so slightly to kind of stand up. But you can stand up enough. You could stretch your legs. you can see a different perspective on the world, but just get your blood pumping again, as well as, of course, going out to use facilities. But this is actually, it is a nice sized flight deck. You can stand up, and oftentimes you come back in the flight deck, I'll just stand for a couple minutes. Again, to keep the blood pumping just a little harder, make the heart work a little harder, rather than sit there sedentary for the entire 4 hours. You know, just good to kind of strain the muscles in a different direction. I'll go take my lunch break, and I'll try and look up some stuff to to talk about on stream, because I really got nothing. Nothing terribly crazy has really been announced, other than, of course, like all this MSFS 2024 stuff. There's a number of airplanes that are in the works. Nothing that seems to be like imminent to release. Yeah, nothing that seems to be imminent to release. I'm just trying to think here. Everything we learned about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 at the global preview. Just trying to even see if there's anything in here. So over the 42 years of MSFS and its predecessors, the team has enjoyed various awards for Best Simulator of the Year, and over 45 million pilots take to the skies. So far, FS 2020 has had the highest user number of any flight sim ever seen, with over 15 million users. 15 million users, that's a huge market. Not a lot of them are going to be into the secondary add-on market, but that's a huge market. And estimates that there are 3 to 4 million core simmers. So 3 to 4 million core simmers. So people who are probably into this enough that they are maybe willing to buy add-ons. The rest of the 15 million user base split between gamers and digital tourists. So I'm guessing digital tourists means people who are more into the sim, more to explore the world and see the various landmarks around the world and see different parts of the world rather than fly airplanes per se, which is fine. Because this is such a great one-to-one rendition of the world that it's almost unprecedented in the way it's been created. You know, yeah, you think of Google Maps and Bing Maps as being kind of one-to-one representations of the world as well, but not interactive in the same way that a flight simulator is, where you can actually move to any specific location and see things in full 3 dimensions. Google Maps and all the mapping software is limited to top-down view, and then if you do go to the street view, then you're limited to the individual places you've seen. So, yeah, it is kind of neat in that way that it is the largest game world ever created, because it is our entire planet in one game. There have been over 1 billion flight sessions since MSFS 2020 was released. 800 people work on this sim now, which is also a phenomenal number when you start to think about it. And I think they said, like, when Asobo started, they started with a team of like 30-ish or 40-ish. Did I just see somebody go by there? Ah, nice. Somebody going the other way. Traffic. Yeah, 800 people working on the simulator, and that doesn't even include the partners. That doesn't even include all people outside. Like, that's people within Asobo and Microsoft. So that's a lot of people right there. No wonder we can see the pace of sim updates, and of course this new sim being just designed again. Yeah. What else to talk about here? So they said that they spent hours gathering on the forums, gathering input from community members. Most of the changes came from suggestions and feedback. They did aim to cater to all 3 major types of users: the core simmers, people who really enjoy flight simming and flying the airplanes; the digital tourists; and the gamers. So they're trying to make sure that everyone has something here. There goes Dubuque. All right, there goes Dubuque right now. So we've got a time of 16:22 and 8.8 in the tanks. So Dubuque, 16:22. We're still consistently that 4 minutes behind. We're not losing any more time, and we got 8.8 in the tanks. Oops. So we're actually above the planned fuel now. So even though we're going faster than we're supposed to, we're actually doing pretty good here. So Wolbach next at 17:10. Yeah, we're starting to lose a little bit of time even there. Let me just go through this, and then I'll take my little break here. The big thing, of course, is the thin client. We all know. I'm curious. So they do acknowledge that like the ballooning size impacted load times and has also become a pain for installing new updates. Downloading aircraft scenery and other types of data to your hard drive, everything will now be served from the cloud and only be downloaded when you need it. So that's interesting because I was wondering if that 50 gigabytes includes the airplanes or not. So every time you want to fly an airplane, it's going to have to download the airplane. Now, here's the other thing, is that the thin client's going to be great from the perspective of what am I trying to say here? From the perspective of like your, of this world out there, of this updated world that Microsoft keeps sending us. But all these extra add-ons that we keep on adding on are probably still going to have to be piled into our computer. So we are solving half the bloat problem. But half of my Microsoft Flight Simulator bloat is my add-ons, and that's not. I don't buy pretty much any of my add-ons through the marketplace, so that's probably not going to solve that problem on that side. But at least it'll basically double my room for add-ons by removing most of the official packages. But they are hoping that does mean faster load times. An example shown via video took just 5 minutes to install FS2024 compared to the 2 hours it used to take in 2020, which that sounds about right from what I recall from the original installation. It'll be interesting though, because then if you're downloading each airplane every time you want to fire up the sim, they're trying to reduce the loading times, and I can appreciate that 10-minute loading time while it figures out everything that you've got in your content folder and everything else and loads that all into the sim. If we're doing away with most of that, but if you have to download the airplane every time you want to fly it, depending on the airplanes, and I wonder, and I kind of hope, and I appreciate the whole thin client concept, but I kind of hope we can kind of mark certain things that we want to kind of permanently maybe save, and that might be useful. I like to fly, this is my home airport. Save this data permanently. Cache this data permanently on my hard drive. I like these 2 or these 3 airplanes a lot. Cache these airplanes on my hard drive. Download updates when you need to, but cache them on my hard drive. So where does this data go? It goes into your rolling cache, so while the overall install size will be smaller, if you decide you want to fly everywhere with every plane, then your rolling disk space will still be pretty big. The perk of this rolling cache is that once you've data downloaded and stored in it, your system will read that data instead of relying on the internet connection. Well, that's basically what we've been doing already anyways. We've had this rolling cache, so I just wonder if we can mark specific things to be kept in the cache, things like your airplane that you like. Yeah. Airflow is now multi-threaded. Computational fluid dynamics. So airflow is going to be created and move around objects, buildings, hills, terrain. That's probably why we saw that nice big picture of the cloud around the Mount Fuji there. Calculate in real time, have a bearing on your aircraft. Complex shapes in the simulator, wings, experimental aircraft will not be supported. Wake turbulence. Other airplanes will have an impact on the air around you, and that will last for up to 6 minutes. Even the pitot flags apparently will react in the wind. They'll know that the wind is blowing them, and they'll react appropriately with where you look at the windsock. Balloons are going to be new. That's going to be kind of fun. Balloons will inflate, deflate, use convection realistically. It means if you don't give enough convection air to the balloon, expect it to deflate in real time. Same thing with technology for parachutes. So aircraft that have integral parachutes now will use the same kind of inflation technology as the balloons are using. So vegetation will sway with the wind, with actual wind movement, so that'll actually be correlated to the actual movement of the wind. Cargo will actually move in the cabin if you pull too many G-forces. And particle effects reflect the airflow around your aircraft, so flares and smoke will move as your aircraft moves around them. You'll see the wake turbulence vortices, things like that. Ground now has 3D collisions and waves in the water generated in 3D, meaning seaplane users will have a legit challenge. Will need to really read the ocean before landing. So yeah, lots of neat stuff. Ray tracing is going to be possible. I don't know if my video card will even come close to dealing with that. Working title is still doing the avionics updates. More and more detailed avionics systems. EFB is available in all aircraft. The EFB can plan routes, view airport procedures charts, change various settings of the planes you're sitting in. That's kind of neat to have the EFB available in all aircraft because, yeah, there's sometimes you want to do things like change settings, stuff like that. That could be very nice to have. There'll be a new integrated flight planning tool. I don't know if I'm going to use it because I like SimBrief. I like SimBrief a lot. I think it's a very realistic system. I don't see the need. I've seen the sim. The trouble is I've seen sim planning tools in the Sims before, and I've not been a fan of them in the past. Here's what really matters: how they improved hot air balloon performance. Yeah, so I talked about that. I didn't even see your comment there, but yeah, they did improve hot air balloon physics. So I think it'd be fun to try. It's not something I'd probably. It's one of those ones I think I would do it a couple times for the novelty of it, probably, and then toss it away and not do it again. But it's nice to have in there as an option once in a while. 737 MAX 8 working title has been working on the avionics for that. 747 Dreamlifter working title is working alongside. To work on those avionics. Huge focus on missions and activities, and that could be fun. I see that definitely they were kind of really going for the gamer side with people doing these activities, but these could be fun. I really like those bush trips. Some of these could be fun, so I definitely would like to see what's available there. Apparently, you're going to have the ability to have like a career progression system, whether or not you want to. You can just do your own thing and just fly your own airplane like I've always done. But that there is a career mode now. You can earn reputation in sim currency, and then you can buy aircraft and expand your abilities to do more things. So. You can even take certification exams that somewhat mirror real-world exams, somewhat, in quotes, designed to help digital tourists, more casual simmers, understand flight better and become more invested. Yeah, so the idea is to get people into the basics and learn the basics of flying so that you can get into these more complex things like firefighting missions and the advertising banners and things like that. Yeah, if you crash an airplane in your career mode, you lose it forever. If you damage an airplane, you'll have maintenance fees that you'll have to pay off with the money you've earned. So that could be neat. That could be a really kind of neat way to sort of add some interest to it. I don't know if it's going to be something that I'm going to necessarily want to, but specialist missions, fire, search and rescue. Seasons, location taken into account. You'll find search and rescue during the winter in the Swiss Alps. Total, there are 3 million missions. The map is hugely populated with missions in all kinds of locations, not just near your airport. In total, there are 3 million missions with elements like live weather having an impact. So, these missions are not discoverable when in free flight mode, but have to be selected from the menu. Who knows how this could change in the future? Yeah, still, like, just to know what you're doing and your mission ahead of time, that could definitely be interesting. World Photographer World, so Microsoft Flight Simulator will have over 4,000 more times more detail in the geometry of the world. 4,000 times. Like, that's why some of those pictures were able to look so much more realistic. New satellite imagery, elevation maps, doubling of the number of objects in the cities. New countryside technology is now at 50 centimeters per pixel detail. 27 new biomes with 100 new tree species, so that's why some of the trees trees look good. Seasons, although confirmed, were shown off with vegetation, reacting according to month and location. Animals from the team at Planet Zoo. I like Planet Zoo. That's a fun game. So apparently, animals from the team Planet Zoo will populate the game. So they do create some pretty good looking animals. So go to the experts rather than recreate these things yourself. Go to the experts and get help. Weather environment. Light is now the correct unit of measurement with accurate values from light sources. Atmospheric conditions will now be more accurately depicted rather than fictional values. Cloud thickness has been adjusted to be more faithful. Cirrus clouds have been added. Storms, visibility conditions, overall atmosphere are much more as real life. Snow trails, thick grass trails. You'll flatten thick grass behind you. Apparently every oil rig on the planet, I believe, is on there. Real world data gets ships moving in the water, and but apparently, yeah, oil rigs are 940 now recreated in their correct location. Helipads, because no database for it exists, the team analyzed the world to find nearly 80,000 helipads around the world. And anything that's been found has been handcrafted. Aircraft, basically, we're getting the same kind of aircraft as before. Most of them are being actually made by outside third parties that are being added in. Marketplace, I'm not too interested in, but the idea of gift cards, and they could even have a rental system, so you can rent a plane for $5 for a number of days instead of buying it outright. That actually is a really neat idea. Renting, try before you buy. So $5 rental charge after a certain amount of time it expires. But if you decide you want to buy it, then that $5 will be chopped off the full price. That's actually a neat idea. Get people in the door. Try the airplane. Try this airplane for a week for $5. If you like it, you can buy it. You know, that $5 will count towards the full purchase price. If you didn't like it, then you're only out the $5. That's neat. That's neat. I like that. That could be interesting. Crash my plane. No, I no longer have it. OMG, I'm not going to have any planes. You're going to have to actually learn how to fly now. But that's kind of fun because it does add that little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of jeopardy to the whole thing. You've got to actually put some effort into it. You can't just slam it down on the ground. You've got to actually, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you got to actually put some effort into it. That's, yeah. Anyways, there's lots of neat stuff in there. Is it a game changer as a sim? No, I don't think it's going to be a game changer as a sim. I think if people who are happy with 2020 and want to continue carrying on with 2020, it's going to be supported for a long time. There's still going to be updates to it for quite some time. I think it's going to be a fine thing, but for me, I think I've like I said before, I've got my money out of 2020. There is no doubt that I have got my money's worth out of FS2020 for the money that I spent and I paid to Asobo for it. So I have no problem buying 2024. The real question is going to come, when do I want to install it? And it's going to basically come down to, do I want to install it right away, or do I need to wait and see if Fenix and PMDG, which are my two biggies, are compatible with it? Once they're compatible, I think it'll be 2020 is out of here, 2024 is in. Bring it on. But it looks good. I'm going to need to really beef up my video card, though. Or we're going to be sliding all the sliders all the way to the left. Everything to min. But I think it's going to be a good sim. I really do. I'm enthusiastic for it now. I'm cautiously enthusiastic. I still, like I said, I worry that my airplanes, I've read a few statements from a few developers that are not into the early access, that are not into the beta, and they said we honestly don't know if our airplanes are going to work in the new sim. And that's fine. Be honest about that. Hopefully, we'll get some information about it quickly, and hopefully most of the developers are able to tweak their designs without too much effort to get them adapted to the new sim. Okay. I definitely need to go and have some lunch. I'm getting hungry. We don't even have a Q400 yet. I know. What's Majestic going to do? Are they going to just skip 2020 and go right to 2024? I think that might be their best course of action. All right. Anyways, for now, I'm going to step away for a little bit, guys. Going to go ahead and put you in the external view. So I'm going to turn down the volume first, so that when we get outside here, it's not like ridiculous. For some reason, we're upside down and wrong way around, but there we go. Something like that. It's almost level. There we go. All right, so I'm going to step away for about probably about 15 minutes. I'm going to go and have lunch, refill my coffee, do a bunch of other stuff. So I'm going to say I'm going to be back here by, I'm showing 37 right now. I say I'm going to be back by 55 at the latest, somewhere between 50 and 55. 55 at the very latest. But I'm going to go and grab some lunch, refill my coffee cup, and see if I can find anything else to talk about. So in the meantime, if you guys have anything else, feel free to post it. Otherwise, I'll just step away for a little bit, leave you guys with this external view, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, we are back in the flight deck, everybody. I'm not sure why it keeps on kind of turning around like that. Why we're going from flying straight to flying sideways. Sometimes this drone cam does weird things. It keeps a weird orientation. But yeah, we are back. There's our lovely JetBlue airplane once again. November 985 JT. JetBlue on the belly as well as everywhere else. Contrails don't look very good from this angle. The second you kind of do that, they start to look a little bit good. But here it's just like it's a little bit of particle generation, but it's not enough particles to really make a realistic solid line. So it starts to look a little bit odd and awkward. But anyways, just trying to take a couple more shots. Maybe we can. Are we turning? This airplane just flying sideways. No, not turning. Here's my flight attendants. There we go. Anywho, that's enough playing around out there. Let's get back in here and let's just do a quick little update and make sure nothing has changed. So far, it looks good. Let me just also turn up that ambient noise a little bit there so it kind of matches. All right, first things first, I'm just going to check and make sure that there's no VATSIM ATC online. There is not. There's nobody along our route of flight. There's a departure out of Denver, but there's no ATC right now. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Something's going to happen soon. We're on our way to OBH, or I believe that's Orbach. Yeah, we are about 1.5 hours from touchdown. 1804. Actually, we're at an hour from touchdown. Actually, we killed a lot more time than I thought there with that little break. That break was a little longer than I wanted. I had a big meal, so I really wanted to finish it. I had to refill my coffee. So yeah, it was a little tiny bit longer than I wanted, but that's fine. It looks like everything is still hunky dory. Nothing has gone wrong in the flight deck since I left, so that's that's a good thing. Because sometimes I don't trust Nick and his compatriots from FS2 crew to always do what they're supposed to and keep the airplane flying blue side up. If the autopilot disconnects, they all just sort of sit there and stare at it and be like, I don't know what to do now. Anywho, excuse me. Yeah, so we are on the last hour of our flight here, so we should probably already start thinking about setting up for our arrival into Denver, and we should notify ATC when we get online with Denver. So that's not going to happen now for about another 20 minutes or so. I think pretty much at Warbach there is about when we cross into Denver Center's airspace, and that's when I would probably do it. I would call Denver at that point and say, hey, listen, we've had a hydraulic failure. We're not our nose wheel steering is not working. We've also had some loss of our braking and other systems, so we are gonna have to stop on the runway. We might have hot brakes on landing, and we're definitely gonna need to. We're definitely going to need to get a tow off to the gate. So we're arranging the tow off with company, but just be advised in advance that we are going to need to stop on the runway in Denver because the nose wheel steering is no longer functioning. All right, so let them know, and this will probably be a good time to let the back end know if I haven't already. So Inflight Attendant called report the flight deck, report the flight deck. All right. Okay, so we had a little situation a little while ago. We lost the fluid in one of our 3 hydraulic systems. So our green hydraulic system has no fluid left in it, so all the systems on that hydraulic system are not functioning right now. So the airplane's still flying just fine. What it's really going to have an impact for is when we land in Denver. It's going to impact our braking somewhat, and it's also taken our nose wheel steering offline. So once we come to a stop on the runway, we're going to have to get towed off to the gate. So I don't anticipate stopping on the runway is going to be a big issue, but we are going to have to wait for them to get organized, the tow and everything else. So I'm going to be telling the passengers a few minutes so that they understand that situation when we get to it. Yeah, so yeah, just no need to displace anybody. It's going to be a perfectly normal landing. It's just the fact that we're going to need to be met on the runway for the tow. It's going to be kind of the big change from the normal here. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And then we could do a PA to the people as well. Oh, pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Captain speaking. Just like to inform you that, unfortunately, we did suffer a minor technical issue on the way to Denver today with one of our hydraulic systems. The big impact from this is that the nose wheel steering that gets us to and from the gate on the ground is no longer functioning. So when we get to Denver, we are going to have to stop on the runway and then hook up a tug and have our aircraft towed back to the gate. Other than that, there's going to be no big impacts. Because of the fact we're stopping on the runway, Denver is going to send out the service vehicles to check out the runway, check out the aircraft to make sure that everything is okay. And once they've given us the okay and the tug's all hooked up, we'll make our way to the gate. This is probably going to add about 10 to 15 minutes to our arrival process. Apologize for the additional delay on the flight, but safety is always the top priority. We will get you to the gate safely. It's just going to be a little bit later than normal. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding this afternoon. Okay, so we've done APA. So we've let the people know, we've let the company know, we've let the ATC know. Everybody knows about what's going on now. So now we can begin to start setting up for the arrival into Denver here. So let's do this. Let's do... All right, let's see here. Denver, ATIS, arrival. All right, so Denver Information Hotel at 1653 Zulu, 360 at 10, 10 miles, fuel at 14,000. Nice day in Denver, 16 degrees, 3019. Hazardous U.S. weather info for Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming. Available flight service, McDonald's. RNAV, visual approach, sometimes approaches in use, 34 right, 35 left, 35 right. Notice to air missions, taxi Delta's closed, okay. So let's go through some of this stuff here. Let's go through. Oop. And I realized that you guys didn't see that, so my apologies. There you go. That's what we're looking for there. What am I trying to find here? I'm trying to find my charts. Where's my charts? There they are. Navigraph charts. Gonna just shut that down. Move this over here. Be part of this. Denver. 35 right, 35 left, 34 left. 34 right, 35 left. Okay, so we're gonna take 35 right because it kind of keeps us out of the way of everybody else. That makes the most sense. Delta between Delta 3 and Whiskey Bravo closed. Delta between okay. Delta 3 Whiskey Bravo. That's not. Neither here nor there for us. Echo Charlie between Papa and 35 left. Echo Charlie between Papa and 35 left. Okay, that's a good one to know. And Papa closed between Papa 4 and Papa 6. Papa closed between Papa 4 and Papa 6. Okay, so a little bit here, a little bit here. It's fine. We could just take the Papa 7 Echo Delta route. And we did have a gate assigned to us. I believe it was Alpha 35, assigned to us by company. Let's just have a quick little look-see here. We're just going to get right into this here. I'm just trying to... I hate to get my enthusiasm back up, but it's a long flight. I'm trying to kind of get my enthusiasm back up here. So Alpha 35 is the gate we're going to on Concourse A. So we'll probably enter on Alpha November and cut across. All right, yeah. So we're just going to go through and make sure all this is good. So, I'm not sure if this landing data app is going to really cover us here for the kind of failures we've got, but let's do it anyway. 35 right, we'll say it's dry runway, apply the METAR, landing weight. Nice thing is we are below max landing weight now, so whenever we do land, we are below the max weight. 66.9 plus, we'll call it 5 tons. So we'll call it even 72 tons. That should be a pretty reasonable approximation. 72 tons. Low auto brake. Idle, no reverse. Manual landing, flaps full. Auto thrust on. Hydraulic system. Let's do it this way. It's just easier this way. They're a little bit dark and hard to read, but green system, low pressure. Max manual applied due to failure calculation. Alright, so max manual. So we got max manual. We got idle, no reverse, and we're still showing 5,800 feet, a factor distance of 6,600 feet on a 12,000 foot runway. So stopping distance is not a real issue here. We are going to be on the alternate brakes and one reverser, but if I put the reverser on, it doesn't even take that much off, to be honest. So, all right. So we definitely can land on 3-5 right. So what have I got in the box here? I got 3-4 left. Let's go 3-5 right. All right. Lager Brewery and approach vias. And let's just pull up that chart for the ILS 3-5 right. We'll call it Pearl transition. Okay, so we got the approach we want in there. So we did make up time. We got it back to 1810. That was 20 after earlier. It's good. It's good. We're making up time. And I find that like there's problems with the calculations and the estimates in this airplane. And not so much in the 320, but for some reason in the 321, this FMC, there are calculation problems. So I always take like all their fuel predictions and time predictions with a bit of a grain of salt, especially further downstream. Usually like in the next imminent 10, 20, 30 minutes, it's pretty precise. But the further downstream you get, especially these longer flights, there tend to be some prediction errors. And I'm not sure where they're creeping in. But anyways, let's see here. Let's get this, let's just verify all the waypoints on this arrival here. So first of all, let's have a quick little read. Turbojet, descend via Mach number till intercept 280 knots, maintain 280 knots till slowed by the star. Descend vias, landing north. Select 35 right transition, that's us. Any east, like 27. Runway assignment from the Tracon. Oh, it's going to be a different set of waypoints. I got to reset the star here because it's going to be a different set of waypoints. I just noticed it because we were set up for 3-4 left. There was different ones for the other downwind. So let's go in here. Pardon me. We'll just select any old arrival, and then we'll go back and we'll select the correct arrival. Alright, looks like the discon is still not there. That's good. And we're just about to pass over OBH here, so I'm just going to pause for a second on the setup and just do another fuel check here and just see that we are still tracking with our plan. It was showing, what did I show? 1757. Still taking longer than I thought. I must have added something up wrong along the way here. And it's very possible. It's always possible. Alright, so we're going to call it 6.5 tons at Wolbach, which is pretty good. And we'll call it 1710. Still 4 minutes behind, so it seems very reasonable. Yeah, with the extra, this is direct from like High Mom to Denver, so with the extra waypoints in there, the downwind leg, I think that's very reasonable. All right, so we're very consistent. Once we get the Mach back up to 8.0, which was what was planned at, everything seemed to stick to the plan pretty well. Excuse me. All right, let's get constraints on. Let's get this down to 20 miles here. Now let's just step through the plan and make sure it all matches here. So we've got a logger. Sorry, we're starting at Brewery. Dunkel, Kolsch, Pilsner, Lager. All right, so we start at brewery, Dunkel, Kolsch, Pilsner, lager between 22 and 19, pint 250, 210 to 15,000. 220 to 19, pint 210, 250, 210 to 15,000. Then we do burp 17 to 15. Let's see here. Burp is 17 to 15. Yuppie 250 knots, 15 to 13. Fat. Dog at 210 at 11,000. Dog 210, 11,000. I see that there. And then from there, we're going to get ourselves a self-vector round. And eventually, hopefully, before we get to Pearl, intercepting the ILS to runway 35 right, we'll just self-vector ourselves onto final there. But we'll do the Pearl transition in the box just to make sure everything's in there. All right, 9,210. Dove. And then Dory. And Dory's got to be above 9 as well. And then I can see Dean on there above 9. Drum above 9. And then it should be Franz above 7. And Noe at, Franz at 7,000. And that's it. 35 right, the missed approach. Climb to 5,800. Then a climbing right turn to 10,000 on a heading of 048. And inbound on the Gill 136 radial to the Sea Duck intersection. And hold, or as directed by ATC. So 10,000, so 5,800, right turn, follow the follow the departure back out to the Gill VOR to Sea Duck. Okay, so that's all good. Okay. So that's all in the box. All right, RadNav. We should have IDPP 110.15.353. We were too far away still. We could go up to 37.5, but we're good at 34. I'm going to put DEN, which I believe is on the field, 278 miles up ahead. And perf page, cruise, descent, 75340. I'm going to put, I got to put slant 280. So we got to slow to 280. From Mach number, we got to transition directly to 280 and then follow the speeds on the star. For the arrival, need my ATIS back here. So it's 16 degrees, 3019, 360 at 10. 16 degrees, 3019, 19, and 360 at 10. Barrel mins for this Cat 1 approach are 5570. 5570, and then the missed approach is at 10,000. So for the missed approach, we're not going to accelerate until we get 10,000, either 2 engines or 1 engine. There's no way that after this long flying that this can't be right. There's no way the green dot speed on this airplane is 234 knots after flying for hours. That was what it was when we took off. So there's some really whacked out stuff here in this FMS still. There's still some issues in this FMS. It does everything it's supposed to, but the calculations, something with the calculations is not right, because there's no way our green dot speed, when we only weigh 73 tons, is 234. And I will actually pull it out if I can. Yes, I have my QRH right here, digital form, but I have a QRH right here. I will pull it out in digital form, and I will tell you what the green dot speed is going to be at, we'll call it even 72 tons. Which is probably something like what my, let's see here, QRH. And all our QRHs were just updated to include the cabin press excess cabin altitude OEB here. But operational data, operating speeds. At a weight of 73 tons, our green dot speed at 73 tons. No, I guess maybe it is actually right. When we descend, though, it's going to go down. It's funny because that was what we took off at. But it actually, green dot speed does vary with altitude. The chart does have it varying with altitude. So at about 73 tons, we're looking at a speed at 300 would be about 228. We're about 32. It'd be probably about 230. So it's in the right ballpark. When we go down, though, at about 72 tons, no, that is probably right. Maybe that is right. When we go down to at or below 20,000, green dot speed should come back to about I would call about 218. So we'll see if that does work properly. Interesting. I did not know that actually varied with the altitude too. Not that substantially, anyways. Always learning something new in this airplane, I tell you. Yeah, always learning something new. Okay. So we checked all that in the box. What else have we got to check in the box here? Let's check the secondary flight plan. I don't know what to put in the secondary flight plan right now. Maybe I'll put 35 left. Same arrival. I don't think we're going to get 3.5 left. Even if we get some ATC online, I doubt it. BOS is the only transition from this side, so we can do BOS. With the understanding that we probably will not get it. We probably will not fly it. Alright, so now let's just look at this here. Okay, let's go back into plan. Secondary constraints are still up. Alright, can't do it from there. I was trying to do it from there, but it's too close. Too zoomed in. Alright, so let's just follow this down here. It should be all the same constraints. And the only thing that's different is when we get down here. BOS, Epic Copper. Alright, BOS, 12,000, Epic Copper, 12,000 still. Chap, 12,000. Corrupt, 12,000. And then after that, it's Chola 10, Selby 9, Diamond 7. Alright, Chola above 10, Selby above 9, Diamond above 7, and all is in there. 10,000, direct gill and hold. 10,000, direct gill and hold. Yeah, that all looks good. Alright, so that's there in the secondary, just in case we need it. The minimums for this are 5634. 5634. Also 10,000 for the missed approach. Alright, I think everything's all set up. Slowly making our way across those flat plains. Alright, I think everything's set up for our arrival, so before I do anything else, I'm just going to pull this out. And just check. So weather is good. Runway is dry. APU after landing, yes. We're doing an ILS. I think this is all safe from last time. Threats. Terrain is always a threat. Auto land, no. Final sector, no. FO EFIS, LS required, yes. Minimum descent altitude, what did I say, 5750? For 3.5 right. 5570. Oh, it's close. Let's transpose the digits. 5570. And airport elevation is at 5434. 5434. Decision height, we don't have one because we're using an MDA. Alright, perfect. So that's all in there. Are you ready for the approach briefing? Are you ready for the approach briefing? Clear AdNav.
Okay.
Seatbelts off. You have control. Now I seem to have got it caught here in the...
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing? Alright, well, I'm gonna give it now anyways. Appear to be unresponsive, but I'm gonna give it now anyways, because we're about to start the star in the next 20 miles here. Alright, so first of all, technical status of the aircraft. We do have some technical issues we do have to review. Landing distance procedure apply. Did it give me a speed here too? This is actually an interesting one too. So when it gives you landing distance procedure apply, it should give you a approach speed that you should fly. It has not done so. Nope, it has not done so. Okay, so anyways, we got the landing distance procedure apply. We are going to have to do the landing gear gravity extension checklist. So let's get that out as well. Now that we're thinking about it, just open the book up to that page. I've got a virtual book here. It's in the form of an iPad, but anyways, open the book to that page so that you're ready to do it when the time comes. We could even go through it right now if you want. So the landing gear gravity extension page. So I do have the landing gear. Can't see it at all. It's a terrible... If I turn this down, maybe. There we go. Try that. Still have a hard time seeing what it says on there. It's entirely too bright. Anywho, landing gear gravity extension. Caution, do not apply this procedure if at least one green triangle is displayed on each landing gear on the wheel page. This is sufficient to confirm that the landing gear is downlocked. Disregard any possible GPWS too low gear oral alert. If landing gear not downlocked alert was displayed and if time permits, that was not the case. So in all other cases, gravity gear extension hand crank, pull and turn, rotate the handle clockwise 3 turns until reaching the mechanical stop, even if resistance is felt. Landing gear down indications check if available. The landing gear LGCAU2 fault or brakes system 1-2 fault alert may spuriously trigger after a gravity extension. Nose wheel steering not available. If successful, do not reset gravity gear extension hand crank. If unsuccessful, landing with abnormal landing gear procedure apply. That's it. So it's not really that hard. Basically, for us, we're just pull and turn, set the landing gear lever down, pull and turn 3 times, set the landing gear lever down, and check the gear down indication. At least it won't be in direct lock, because the only thing that's really annoying is oftentimes you have to do this when you're going, when you have a fault that has led to alternate law, and when you're trying to hand fly the airplane, it's direct law, as you're trying to hand crank this down in the sim, with your mouse over here and everything, it can be very awkward. So, alright, so we've gone through the landing gear gravity extension. Landing gear distance procedure applied. Slats and flaps will be slow. So the key to this will be configuring early. Everything has to be configured early because everything's going to be, we're going to be running on half the systems. Everything needs to be done early. Key in-op items, we can't do Cat 3. We'll be missing spoilers 1 and 5. No nose wheel steering, no normal brake, no auto brake. We can't retract the landing gear. Once it comes down, once it's down, it's down. Reverser 1 and green engine 1 pump. So we're losing green engine, we're losing nose wheel steering, reverser 1, and normal brake will just be on auto brake along with some of the spoilers. So it is going to be a long landing distance, and there are going to be directional control issues. So it shouldn't be too bad when we're still moving at a high rate of speed, but as we decelerate, the only thing that's going to be able to steer us once we decelerate past a certain point, about 60 or 70 knots probably, is going to be differential braking. So we'll have to use differential braking to steer the aircraft as best we can, come to stop on the center line, and get towed to the gate. And it's a long bloody tow. Ugh. Ugh. There's part of me that just for the sake of this stream is going to do 3-5 left. There's still no Denver controller online. You know what? We're going to do that. We'll just do 3-5 left because the tow in from 3-5 right will take forever because the tax towing speed is probably about 10 to 15 knots. So let's do that. Let's tow. Let's switch this out to 3-5 left. Glad I kind of thought of that now. All right, so let's go ahead and just activate the secondary. Everything's in there. Okay. And actually, what I'm going to do is we are trying to fly at 80.80/280. So we'll fly at 80 till we reach the 280 deceleration point. Okay. So we've talked about the aircraft technical status, the airport itself, any note dams of interest. We had this whole flight to look at it. Instead, I was sitting here yakking about some flight simulator. Note dams of interest for Denver arrivals. Denver, so we do know about some of these taxiway closures. I don't know about some of these. These are new. Let's have a quick look and just get our bearings on where these all fall into here. So Charlie November doesn't affect us. Kilo Lima between Echo Echo and Charlie November. Lima between Echo Echo Charlie November. Okay, that's fine. Echo Delta between Mike and Lima. Echo Delta between Mike and Lima. Okay, that could affect us there, but not if we land here. Charlie November, Delta Sierra. I don't even know where Delta Sierra is. Where's Delta Sierra? Delta Sierra between Kilo and Lima. Oh, there it is, Delta Sierra. Where's taxiway Juliet between Juliet Pad, spot 1, and taxiway Charlie Sierra? Oh, there it is. Oh, this is Juliet here. Okay, good. Whiskey Bravo. Approaches. Let's just actually, before we get all enthused about this, let's just check 3-5 left and 3-5 right for anything here. ILS or low 3-5 left straight and low minima. Nope, that's fine. That's basically it. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So let's land on 3-5 left just because we have to get towed in from 3-5 left. So we'll try to stop over here as we approach Mike 7 or Echo Charlie, and then it's a pretty quick and easy tow in down to Alpha 35 right there instead of towing all the way around here and taking an extra 10 minutes at the end of this flight just to get towed in. Let's not do that. Okay, yeah. All right, so we checked the note dam. So yeah, so the arrival today is the Logger 3 RNAV arrival into Denver. This is plate 10-2 Hotel. Let's see here. Radar for non-GPS aircraft, turbojets only. Expected descend via 11,000 is the bottom altitude on this when we give ourselves the descend via. We're coming around down the east side of the field here through Dog for a Vector 2. Planning the ILS runway 35 left in Denver. This is on plate 11-11. So 1085-353. I'm not sure if it's close enough yet. 1085-353 for IAQ. That does look right. IAQD, Diamond 7000, 5634 is the ILSDA, which it should probably be on there now. 5634 is on there. Mr. Approach as publishers advised by ITC top altitude around the Denver VOR is 9,200 feet. And, yeah. We got a standard 3-degree slope, Pappy's on the right, ALS of 2 lighting system. It'll be stop on the runway and get towed off. In terms of the landing configuration, so for landing configuration, it's going to be, let's see here, localized slope coupled approach, clear for the approach, will arm approach mode, second autopilot, anti-ice will be off for this approach. We've got auto brake is manual only for this. Reverse, I'm going to probably do idle reverse initially. I might add medium reverse, but because of the directional control issues, I don't want too much asymmetric reverse because reverser 1's not going to be opening. And config full for landing. as I said, we're going to need, it's going to be slats and flaps slow, so we're going to have to configure earlier than usual and gear down definitely before we cross the FAF, just to give us time to run the procedure and make sure we're established. So probably at least 2 to 3 miles before we hit the FAF, we'll do this landing gear gravity extension procedure. Yeah, in terms of the 1010 pages, it is mountainous airport, so I'm going to get terrain up on my side. I don't see too much convective activity out there. Keep the weather radar up on your side, just in case there is any convective activity out there, but I got terrain up on my side for the terrain west of Denver. It's mostly west of Denver. If we need to turn tail and run somewhere, run east. Turn to the east, and we should be good. Yeah, level of service is fine for today, and noise abatement, I didn't see anything published. Radnev, we got the auto-tuning secondary, so how much extra fuel have we got today here now? So we got, not secondary, fuel prediction, so we got an extra 1.7, we got 51 minutes, so if we had to go around, we could definitely do a go around, come back and try it again. The only trouble is we'll be doing a go around with the gear down. So if the gear is already down, it's not coming back up again, we're going to be doing a go around with the gear down. That's going to quickly penalize our fuel burn, so in actual reality, that 0.7 will probably not last all that long. We might get one more kick at the can. We pretty much have to make a decision almost right away to go to Colorado Springs or stay in Denver. I tend to think stay in Denver because barring the entire airport turning into a sudden smoking crater, there are 6 different long runways we can land on. So I don't see any reason why we probably wouldn't be able to land in Denver, but we get after the one go around, we have a very short period of time to make a chance to go to Colorado Springs, and then we're committed to Denver. That's my threat briefing. I think that covers most of the threats for today. Yeah, any questions? All right, and I don't believe we have, I think the only thing we have is an approach checklist, right? Yeah, so I think we're all good here. What have we got here? So landing time right now is showing at 18:09. So I'm going to say 17. I think we're going to actually be a little bit earlier than that because we're going to cut the corner. We're not going to go all the way out to like BOSS or anything. So put 17:35 in there, which is actually right now. Pretty much. There's 17:33. Yeah. But here we go. I didn't think we were going to make it to Denver. The one thing I was going to do was I was thinking about a double hydraulic failure, but because there haven't been that many people watching today, I backed off on it. I was thinking about it, and if there was a lot of interesting reaction to the single hydraulic failure, I would have put the second hydraulic failure on there. And the second there's the second hydraulic failure, it's now a land ASAP, at least amber, if not red. I'm honestly not sure if it's amber or red, but it is a land ASAP. The second you have lost 2 hydraulic systems, you're now in a seriously degraded airplane. A single hydraulic system, the redundancy takes over. But with a secondary hydraulic system failure, you're in a world of hurt very quickly here. So with a secondary hydraulic system failure, I believe, let's say we failed the blue system as well. You lose another set of spoilers. You lose number 3 spoilers. You're going to lose your ailerons. You're not going to have ailerons anymore. You'll be able to use roll spoilers, and they will become more effective to make up for it. But you'll lose all your ailerons. You're going to lose control of the left-hand elevator. You're just going to have control of the right-hand elevator. If, on the other hand, if you had the blue system still, but you lost the green and the yellow together, green and yellow means you're going to lose pitch trim. Is the biggest thing you're going to lose, really. It's pitch trim. And then you're going to also have lost almost all of your spoilers. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 4, and 5. Number 3 is going to be only 1 working spoiler on each wing with just the blue system powering. So the blue system will let you power your controls, but you're going to lose a lot of spoilers. So your stopping distance is going to become problematic potentially. All right, but we are just about ready to start our descent into Denver. I do like this airport. It's a fun airport. It's a big airport. It's got good approaches, and it's got great scenery. It's got great scenery, so I'm kind of happy we made it. Hopefully, I can get more of you guys to watch next time. We're going to do the return flight. I might try and fail the opposite systems. Maybe the yellow and the maybe mysteriously the yellow and the blue will fail next time. But again, that's dependent on the number of people watching. If there's not enough people watching to really kind of take anything in, then I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm not going to fail too many things. But if you guys want interesting failures, tell your friends to start watching. Watch with me, and when I get multiple people watching, it doesn't have to be a whole lot, but it definitely has to be more than 2 or 3. We'll start doing some really interesting combinations of failures. In the meantime, we're pretty much ready to start down here. I'm just trying to think of what else. what else we can talk about here? And my throat's also kind of starting to close up and dry off a little bit here, so I might not be able to talk about too much else. But I know I alluded to earlier how unattractive this career has become because of the lack of quality of life. And I think there's a combination of two things that really have kind of led to that degrade of the quality of life. And part of it is the airlines being more focused than ever on money. And it's not that they're never more focused on money. I mean, obviously money is, they're all businesses, they're all for-profit businesses. They're trying to make a living. But the squeezing of the margins, so trying to make pairings ever more efficient and make things ever more efficient, it becomes problematic because you end up with pairings that work people really hard sometimes, to the point where they feel like they can't even like your first day off is just simply you just trying to sleep and recover from your pairings that you've done. So there's things like that. There's inefficiencies in pairing construction sometimes as well. Sometimes you'll and I think a big part of it has come with the change of the duty rules in the last 15 years or so, 20 years, where the duty rules have become more stringent in many jurisdictions. And that's not a bad thing. But the trouble is the airlines then gave up a lot of flexibility, where they used to be able to make people work long days. They can't really make people work long days anymore. People start to run out of duty day a lot sooner. So the airlines kind of were forced to change their tack a little bit, and where you might have been able to do like a 5-hour flight to an airport and back in the same day. Now that's a risky move. Most of the time, if the winds or something happens along the way that's not very, that's not conducive to the operation. All right, here comes our top of descent point. So there's 11,000 feet set. Roger, 11,000. We got Mach descent in alt blue. Set managed speed. I have set managed speed. Yeah, so where you used to have like these legs where you go 5 hours out, then you come back. Instead, now you're 5 hours out, and then you have to have a layover before you can do the flight back. So these new duty rules made things a little bit stricter as well, a little bit tougher for the airlines. But I think the airlines are also unwilling to find solutions in a lot of cases to try and make things a little bit more efficient. Because the trouble with inefficient pairings is that just means it's that many more days that you're going to be on the road for. If you're only working and earning credits for 4 or 5 hours of the day that you're away, then as opposed to before, you might have been able to earn an 8 or 9 hour credit on a day. You're gonna have to work a lot more days to make up the same amount of credit. So part of it, I think, is not necessarily just a disinterest in making the pairings more efficient, making quality of life. But the other thing that's collided with this whole notion that the airlines have slowly kind of squeezed the dollar out of everything and are making things less pleasant for everybody involved is, at the same time, the general awareness that family time is important and is time well spent, is something that has really kind of come to the fore in the last within the last generation anyways, within the last, say, 30 years, whereas, a generation ago, you'd often have one breadwinner in a household and one stay-at-home parent, and generally it was a father, but not necessarily, but you'd have one. But a generation ago, 30 years ago, you often had families where only one person had to work, and especially if you're in a pretty decent paying job like an airline pilot, one person, the pilot can go to work, and probably the spouse can work a part-time job or stay home most of the time to spend time with kids. What's kind of come about in that generation is that the cost of living has gone up, and the salaries have been squeezed downwards so much that nobody can make do on a single blue collar salary anymore. So more and more often you're finding that both people in a relationship have to work. And especially pilot salaries have been squeezed downwards for generations, so both people have to work, which is, of course, then it becomes much more awkward to try and find common days off together. You have to take care of childcare, because if one person's out at work, then the other person can't be out at work unless there's some kind of childcare solution, which, according to certain politicians, you just rely on the in-laws and the grandparents. It's like, well, it's nice to have them there, and it's good for them, grandkids, to spend time with their grandparents, but that should be relied upon as a child care solution. Every time I have to go to work, I have to call my grandparents and say, hey, you have to come to my house and babysit my children so I can go to work and earn a living. That's not appropriate, for sure. But so I think it's these two things kind of colliding together, where yes, as airlines have squeezed more and more dollars, it seems like pilots are spending more and more days on the road, but at the same time, they want to be at home more because the times when they are at home, oftentimes the family's not combined. And this is definitely my case right now, is that I am off. Here I am. It's today's a Thursday. It's a Thursday, and I'm off. I'm the only one in my house right now. And this is the way it is most of the time on my days off. For half the day, I'm the only person in my house. My wife has to work, my children go to school, and then I have to go to work on the weekends. So that idea of having family time together is such a hard thing to come by now. The schedules, the way they work out, and because both people have to work and the kids are in school and everything else, and of course kids have always gone to school, but especially because both people have to work now, if I happen to be off on a Saturday, chances are pretty good that my wife is not, because she actually works Saturdays as well. I think it's these confluence of kind of these two factors that, like, pilots are also much more attuned to their family life and they want to be home as much as possible and spend time with their families. And I think that whole generational shift in being a more present parent, I think, for lack of a better way of putting it, I think that has also put additional pressure on this whole idea of quality of life, that it's not just about, oh, give me the giant paycheck and my family can just love my paycheck instead of spending time with me. People would rather give up a portion of their paycheck to be able to spend more time with their loved ones. Life is short. My first kid's already in high school, and I spend my time sometimes scratching my head saying, where did the last 13 years go? You know, by the time I can get a decent quality of life from work and hold a reasonable schedule and have days off that I would prefer to have off, chances are pretty good that my kids are both going to be out of the house already. They're going to be off living their own lives by the time I'm ready to spend time with them. And that's sad and it's disheartening. And that's why people don't want to get into this business. That's why quality of life is so important to the people who are in this business. Because life passes you by really quickly. And before you know it, your kids are gone. And you're sitting there and you're like, well, I finally managed to get weekends off. Oh, guess what? Your kids are in their 20s and they're off doing their own thing and having their own career. They do not want to spend time with you on the weekends anymore. So, yeah, money is all well and good, but time is something you can't get back. You cannot get time back. Time just moves in one direction only. I mean, unless you want to get into some weird theoretical physics, but time generally moves in one direction only. So that time is almost more valuable than the money in some cases. And a lot of airline executives are not into that at all. They are old-fashioned workaholics. They're mostly older white men. They're still living from an older generation that says that believes that, like, everybody just wants to work as much as possible, make as much money as possible, earn. Everything's about the dollar. And it's not. It's not. People want to have a balance. They want to make a living. They want to go to work, and they want to have a career, and be able to make a decent living, a comfortable living, and take care of their family. But they also want to go home and see that family. And that's the thing that a lot of airlines have failed to realize, is that quality of life is worth an immense amount of pay, and people will give up that pay for quality of life. I need an altimeter setting. 3014. No, that's not it. Nope, that's Boston. Chicago Center came back online. 3019. You know what I haven't done yet, actually, and I just realized, is that I do not have a CTAF frequency for Denver. Should probably do that. 24.3 is the CTAF for Denver, according to VATSIM. So we're going with that. 24.3. All right, did I put it up there in the primary? I did already put it in the primary. Yeah, we're only about 40 miles back from Denver now. We're definitely getting there. Next waypoint here is 250 knots between 21 and 15. All right, but we're almost there. And I think we'll do the approach checklist early at about 15,000 feet because this airport is 5,000 feet above sea level. It does seem like the cabin pressure has already settled in at 5,400 feet, which is right where it needs to be. All right, and there we go. Past Pint. We're between 21 and 15,000 at 250 knots. This has been a long stream so far. We're now at 4 hours and 43 minutes. Just looked over at my clock there, which means we're going to probably break the 5-hour mark by the time we get to the gate, which is just, whew, man, that's a long one. I didn't think I was going to make it to Denver. I was kind of thinking I should trigger that failure and just pull the plug early. Give myself a failure that's guaranteed to result in a diversion. And maybe I should have. I mean, that would be a bit of interest. That's something we haven't seen before. This back and forth all the time. But now it seems like unless something sudden happens, we're going to just continue on. All right. We are making it to Denver, though. How's that VATSIM looking? There's some people heading to Denver. I think we're going to be first out of the people that are currently inbound. There's a Southwest coming from the Southwest as well, ironically enough. Or, well, not so much ironically as coincidentally, a Southwest coming from the Southwest. I think he's a little bit further away than we are, so I think we're going to make it in Denver first. All right, next restrictions between 17 and 15 at Burp. How are we looking for a TAT here? TAT's +2. If we hit some clouds, we're going to need the anti-ice on here. There's definitely some vertical development happening in some of these clouds here. That was one thing that I actually read last time. And I raved about this, I think, on my last Pilot Life stream, that one of the big things, of course, that we're missing is weather radar. And then I just read on the last stream, since the last stream, or shortly after the last stream, 1022. Here's 1022. 1022 inches set and cross-checked. Transition 3019 inches set. Nope, doesn't care. All right. Yeah, that X-Plane apparently is going to be implementing an accurate real-time weather radar within the sim, which is just... it makes me a little bit jealous, obviously, because I would like to see that. That's one of the big things I think that is missing from this simulator to really add to the realism. You want to talk about managing a flight en route, weather radar is important. It's super important, and it needs to be accurate and realistic, and that's not what we're getting from any of the sims right now. And even Active Sky is not giving us a realistic radar picture. That's what we need, is realistic radar. When we get realistic radar, I'm going to really believe then that we are really moving into a ultra-realistic era. Although, that being said, the other thing that happened yesterday that drove me nuts, but I thought, and I had to laugh at, this is the level of realism we were not expecting, is yesterday when I was flying, I was talking to ATC, I was monitoring guard on COM 2, and people started meowing. And I've never quite understood this need to goof around on guard that exists only in the United States of America, and nowhere else, for some reason. These guys are some of the best paid airline pilots in the world, and they're all goofing around on guard, making cat sounds and playing audio tracks off their phone, and just being generally obnoxious towards each other. You guys are the best paid people in the world. How about some discipline for that paycheck? How about some discipline, guys? Honest to God. Because nowhere else in the world do you go and you hear people goofing around like guard. Everywhere else, people respect it. It's an important frequency. It serves a function. And for some reason here in the United States, people just like to goof around and try and get away with stuff on that frequency. It drives me nuts. But anyways, I'm excited for that. Approach checklist.
Barrow ref.
3019 inches set.
3019 set. Seatbelts.
On.
Minimum.
5634 feet set.
Auto brake.
Off. Disarmed.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
Nice. Thank you. All right, perfect. You can see the Denver airport there. Let's see here. Yuppie 15 to 13 at 250 knots, and then we're going to have to slow to 210 for dog there. Let's see here. Let's have a look at the perf page here and see if my clean speed, it did come back down. Okay, I did not really realize the green dot speed had climbed that much when we were at altitude, but that's a much more realistic green dot speed for this altitude, for this landing configuration. So I guess I'd never really looked at that closely when we were in cruise too often. Interesting. Very interesting. And that is one of the fun things I love about this airplane, is that I am constantly learning stuff about this airplane. You cannot know enough about an Airbus because there's always something more buried deep in the computer that you never noticed before, that you never heard of before. But it's there. It's there, waiting to be found out. I guess we should probably be making some Unicom calls here, or some CTAF calls here. Denver traffic, good afternoon. JetBlue 993 is 15 miles northeast of the field. We're just joining the right downwind for runway 35 left ILS, Denver. All right, so we got the approach checklist completed here. Any second now, we're going to hit the decel for dog. We're going to hit dog at 11,000. And can we go any lower than 11,000 here? What's our MSA? 9,200 around the Denver VOR, which is just at the south end of the field. So we can go down to 10,000 for sure. That's 12 descending 11, roger. And most of the time, the lights are supposed to go on at like 10,000 feet, but because Denver's already at 5,000 feet, I felt like I should probably do it early. Make sure the flight attendants are aware that we are landing. Passengers are all aware that we're landing. And one thing I might do over here on my other screen is pull up pushback helper, just so that it's running and it's ready. So here's my pushback helper. I can connect the tug. I can then move it forwards and backwards once we get going here. So that'll be a very useful tool to me in about 5 minutes here once we've landed. All right, so it's 210 knots is what it's supposed to be coming back to. So I'm going to select 210 knots on the speed. There's Alt Star. And it's gone into approach phase, so it's already trying to target green dot. Let's go ahead and go flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Alt. Alright, and then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go down to 10,000. 10,000 feet set, roger 10,000. We got thrust idle open, descent in Alt Blue. Turn these screens up a little bit so they're a little brighter. And status. No change in status. Remove status. Remove status. Alright, so 10,000. We need to intercept at Chola. So we'll do that. We'll plan to intercept at Chola at 10,000. Speed, Alt Star. So this will be about 10 miles further on the downwind. Turn crosswind. Intercept the final approach course at Chola. Alright, flaps are at 1. Alt. Speed's at 210. It certainly doesn't feel like you're at 10,000 feet, does it? Terrain is definitely a lot closer to us than we would like it to be when we're flying at 10,000 feet. Alright, but we got this. We're definitely going to need to do the landing gear manual extension, but it's not a hard procedure. I've still got it over here. It's right down here at the corner of my eye. So if you find me looking down here at this, it's just because it's literally, it's perched right there. As the FO, I just asked him to have the QRH actually out on his lap with it open to that page, so that he's ready to read it as soon as I call for it. In this case, I don't need to do that. Alright, so we just need to come to Chola here, and when we get to Chola, that's when we're going to turn. And one thing I didn't do actually was I didn't put on the localizer button. There it is, localizer. About a 20-mile final, but what are you going to do? Not a bad-looking day out here in Denver, though. Not a bad-looking day at all. Nice mountains off to the west. I wonder how good they'll look in 2024. see the glide slope's coming up right now to our altitude here, so we're catching it here. So this is going to work out nicely, I think. Just want to see us just reach that glide slope altitude, and then I'll turn the base. Which is going to happen pretty much right here at Beam Chola. There we go. Alright, so heading 260. Heading 260. I'll take direct Chola radial in. Direct Chola. And a radial in. And alright, and we got nav blue. I disarmed it quickly. I had to do it really quickly to make sure nothing untoward happened there. Denver traffic. JetBlue 993 is turning a right base for runway 35 left at 19 miles. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Activate approach phase. That must be the Southwest coming in like a bullet there.
Denver traffic, Southwest 2775, intercepting 25 mile final for runway 34 right. Denver.
Alright, so at least he's going for 34 right, so we're good on 35 left here. Alright, so heading's 320 to intercept. Approach is armed. Flaps 2.
Speed checked.
Lokestar.
Flaps 2.
Cat 2. Autopilot 1 and 2. We got glide slope blue. Denver traffic. JetBlue 993 is intercepting a 18-mile final. Runway 35 left. Alright, so he's going for 34 right, so it's not a problem. He'll be behind us. It's good. Alright, there's Lokestar. We're at alt. We're at 10,000 feet. You can see the runway up ahead. Glide slope star. Missed approach altitude 10,000 feet set. Roger, 10,000. Alright. So far, so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at
Really?
destination.
Turn off your train on ND. I told you to keep it on.
Please see the customer service agent meeting this flight or
Glide slope, Loke. I told you to keep it on weather radar for now.
For your continued safety, flight attendants will now walk through the cabin to secure it for landing. We'll be collecting all service items, newspapers, and any other items you wish to discard or may not be taking off the aircraft with you. Also in
Flight deck captain speaking.
please turn off all electronic devices.
Thank you.
Stow these devices and then all other carry-on items. Please use
I'm
caution.
going to quickly select gate Alpha 35 is where we're supposed to be going, so they'll be waiting for us there. JetBlue Airways, thank you.
So return your seats to their upright positions and check the security of your seatbelts. We will be
All right.
shortly. Thank you.
We're at 13 miles
Denver
final.
traffic, Southwest 2775 established, 20 mile final, ILS runway 34 right.
At 10 miles final, we'll put the gear down. Alright, now select speed 180. Alright. Speed 180. All right, let's go ahead.
Altimeter alive.
Landing gear, manual extension checklist. All right. Gravity gear extension hand crank. Pull and turn. Pull. Turn. You got to turn it 3 times. That's 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations until it stops. Gear down.
Gear down.
It looks like we got nose wheel steering not available. Gear indications check. We got 3 green. We're good.
Be seated for landing.
All right, speed's managed. Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
And we got landing gear. Doors not closed.
3, 0, 1, 9, set.
ECAM actions. Max speed 250.60.
Now.
Fuel consumption increased and FMS predictions unreliable. Clear landing gear. Landing gear. Status. No change in status. Remove status. Remove status. ECAM actions complete.
1000.
Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full. 1000.
I didn't think about the fact that that would trigger a ECAM, but it did. Denver traffic, JetBlue 993, 3 miles final, runway 35 left. Landing checklist.
ECAM memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
Alright. She's doing okay though. Gears, doors are hanging down, but otherwise we're still good to go. What does that look like? Doors just hanging out. All the doors are hanging out. Green hydraulic pressure's not putting them up again. Too bad. Extra drag, but what can you do? Alright, autopilot's off.
500.
Cat 1. Stable. Land.
100 above. 100 above. Minimum.
Continue. Feels higher than 200 feet.
Minimums.
Continue.
100. 40, 30, 20. Retard. Retard. Retard.
Denver traffic, Southwest
All right.
775, short final.
No spoilers, 1 and 5. Partial reverse.
70 knots.
Alright. Brakes are set. Alright. First thing is to turn off the radar. And all the lights. And then fire up the APU. So we're ready for a tow. So what I can do then is bring over my helper here. Push back helper. And what we need to do is, I should have thought about this and I didn't think about this. In reality, it would take some time to get the tug out here anyways, but we need to fire up the APU because we need to shut down the engines for the tow to the gate. One minor thing I did not think about properly, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and get into the after landing stuff here. Leave the strobe on while we're on the runway, please. Thank you. Leave the lights off. Alright, because just like before we said, no towing around with the nose gear, or with the engines running, so we got to make sure that the engines are off. APU's up, it's available, perfect. We can now get engine masters off.
We'd like to thank you for flying with us today. We appreciate your business and hope to see you again. again on a future flight.
Please remember to submit your flight. So it thinks we're there. We're not quite there, but we're close. All right. And with that, okay, so we got lights off. We got radar off. It's safe to approach the aircraft. The engines are off. Get hooked up. And assuming that we are hooked up, I see a green flash on my tug here. So I assume that means we're hooked up. So okay for brake release. All right. Brakes are off. And forward we go. And I think that's maximum speed is at this end. So it's still going to be a bit of a tow in here, but it's not as far as I thought we were going to go. And there's no gentle left or right. So following this is going to be like a little bit of left, straight, left, straight, left, straight. I don't think we actually have a tug hooked up. It's not. It's a virtual tug. If it was at the gate, the simulator would have hooked it up, but we're not at the gate, so it didn't end up hooking it up. But that's it. That's what you would have to do, of course, without nose wheel steering. You'd have to get a tug to come, tie you to the gate, fire up the APU. We did the whole after landings. Do we have an after landing checklist? After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to kind of steer it this way, but this is the best we can do. And this is maximum towing speed, unfortunately. So I've done this before. I've done this at least once before where I did have some kind of other failure where we had a nose gear failure. And we get towed to the gate. And it is a long tow. And I think it was at Denver. I feel like I did this at Denver before from the other side of the airport, but I feel like I did this process at Denver before. All right, so let's just check out the taxi route here. So we are at Mike 6, so we're going to have to go past Mike 6, past Mike 7, then turn down Alpha November to get to the gate. This could be a bit of a long process. This is not the most stimulating aviating in the world, but this is the kind of stuff you kind of have to deal with. And sometimes this is the end result. Like, really, at the end of the day, that green hydraulic failure did not have a big impact on our flight itself. Where it had the impact was just in the landing process and what happened after landing. It's not the smoothest thing in the world, but it works. And this is probably about the pace you would end up getting towed at, though, in all honesty. Especially when you get the weight of a full airplane on there. These tugs don't move particularly quickly. But let's see how far we can make this here. Let's see if we can make it all the way to gate Alpha 35 that we're scheduled to go to. Yeah, not the most exciting simming in the world, but nevertheless, here we are. Just pretend that there's a tug on there. All right, and actually after I looked outside, the one thing I can do now is I can kill the strobes because we are there. We can probably get the AP bleed going now. It's been 3 minutes. The air's been cleared out pretty well. Not the most exciting tow-in in the world. Almost kind of wish we had diverted. It's going to be at least 5 minutes to get to the gate at this pace. Just cutting the corner here. I could even go in Alpha Sierra and then cut over, I think, to save myself a little bit of taxi here. We can come in Alpha Sierra because we just need the purple line here. So we go in the Alpha Sierra line here and then cut across. So yeah, we'll take the second left. We'll go around the end of the terminal here. Probably should have picked a closer gate. This is the part they don't tell you about, the boring part. Who wants to watch me get towed all the way to the gate from the runway? Not a short tow in an airport like Denver either. It's a good thing we didn't land all the way out there on 35 right. We may never make it to the gate if we land on 35 right. Let's see, United plane taxi in there. I don't hear too many calls on Unicom. Did I make a call clearing the runway? Denver traffic, JetBlue 993 is clear, runway 35 right, taxiing to the ramp. Brakes hot. One thing it does not like is it does not like being towed around. These being towed around for whatever reason, even though the parking brake is off, heats up the brakes of the Fenix, and I don't know why. All right, so we're going to cut in here, then we're going to cut across the end of the terminal to get to 35. There's no like gentle steer. It's like it's either hard left or straight. So you got to just kind of average between the two and hope you get to the right spot there. All right. We are now about halfway to the gate, I think, from where we stopped. We stopped about there. We're there.
Denver traffic, United 624, taxiing to runway 8.
So we'll take the right. We'll cut off to the north side here. I wonder if we can pick a closer gate than Alpha 35 just to save us some of this tow time here because it's getting a bit redonkulous here. Alpha 8. Even if we did like Alpha 45. Let's get around this next corner, I guess, here. Change facility. Can I go back to Alpha 47 maybe? Nope, Alpha 47 is too small. Alpha 49. Nope, not that. Where's my gates? Alpha 49. Yeah, Alpha 49 we could do. What the heck? Let's do that. OMG. Is this an actual taxiway here at this end too? Here, Kilo. No, I guess that's from the taxi out. That's showing us kilos left and right. We are kind of cutting the corner here, but there's also nobody parked out here, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll come up to the purple line here shortly, and then Alpha 49 should be one of the first gates over here, so we've just saved ourselves another 5 minutes of towing here. Where is this purple line here? Should be coming up here in a second. Tow crew's getting impatient. They're cutting the corner now. There should be a yellow line out here somewhere. Where's that tow crew taking me here? What I'm seeing outside doesn't totally resemble what I'm seeing inside. I think things have changed slightly since the since this Denver airport was created. Certainly seems that way anyways. And I think that red truck is where Alpha 49 is. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Then we can deboard, we can do all that good stuff. I don't think I'm going to do this again. Oh, this is not exciting at all. All right. They're slowly warming up, but they're not too bad. So, brakes hot. Decam actions. Brakes hot. Parking brake for jocks for delayed takeoff for cool. Clear brakes. Clear brake status. Nothing unexpected there. Remove status. Remove status. Decam actions complete. All right. 49 is one of these gates coming up here. Is it this one here? Have we made it already? Yeah, looks like I see a tug there now, so. That says 51. And I think this says 49 here. And we got a marshaller there, so that's good. All right, we're almost there. Well, it's a full hard left turn by the tug anyways. See how well this works out. Actually didn't do too bad of a job getting it on there. Alright, confirm brakes set. Alright, the brakes are set. We can go ahead and do that. And the engines are off. We can go ahead and take the beacon off. We can go deboard. Alright, we made it. Goodbye. I'll take the tug away and I'll get rid of pushback helper because it did its job. Alright, parking checklist. Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set. Set. Set and checked.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
All right, we are here, guys. Welcome to Denver. We made it. We're going to start off loading our people as soon as we can get that bridge to move. Hold on, let me just help that out a little bit there with Fenix. Come on, Fenix. You. Toggle the jetway. There we go. And yeah, we are here. We made it. Green hydraulic system failure, but it did not ruin our day completely. We definitely still made it. So here we are. Let's just do the one last step, of course, which is to not forget to submit our flight. Submit flight. Yes, please. And away we go. All right, next flight will be Denver back to Boston again. But for now, that's it for me for today, guys. That was a lot of fun. A little tedious there with the tow in, but that's how it would go. That's why I kind of liked it. I really kind of liked it. Like, it was a very a very real situation that we had to deal with. So deal with it with all the fallout right the way back to the gate. Have to write some reports now, call some people, talk to some people, but we got her done. We got her there in the end. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys have had a fun day today. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a long stream, so I'm going to cut it off now. Have yourselves a great night, everybody, and we will see you guys all on the next stream real soon.